I have had a concussion, I've had a double knee sprain, I've had so many bumps and bruises, I currently can't sit down on my right side. My health insurance has helped me through every single one of those. I'm Abominable and I skate with the Rat City Roller Girls in Seattle, Washington. In order to skate, you have to have your own health insurance. The Washington Health Plan Finder is what allowed me to start skating. Without it, I wouldn't have had the insurance that is required to play roller derby. It was really easy to use. I was expecting insurance to be this convoluted thing that would take hours and days out of my life. But with going online, filling it out, and they have advocates that are there to get on the phone if you have any sort of issue, it was really easy. When I didn't have my own health insurance, I was rationing out how much risk I could take. I couldn't skate roller derby, but it also limited how much I was willing to bite or what I was willing to try. I'd say if you don't have health insurance, get it and come play roller derby.
My list of injuries includes a concussion, a couple high ankle sprains, and then Velcro cuts and bruises. I'm bento boxer and I skate with Rat City Roller Girls. I moved to Seattle about 2 years ago for an AmeriCorps position, and partway through my term I aged out of being on my parents' insurance. So it was my first time looking for my own insurance. Don't know a ton about healthcare, so the Health Plan Finder made it really easy for me to fill out an application and just see what I qualified for. Really easy to use. When I actually had to use the insurance, I had a concussion about a year ago, so I had to use my insurance for that. Yeah, people may come to Derby expecting fishnets and fake fights, but we're actually really serious athletes and take the sport really seriously. Having health insurance makes me a lot less terrified every time I take the track. My list of injuries includes a concussion, a couple high ankle sprains, and then Velcro cuts and bruises. I'm bento boxer and I skate with Rat City Roller Girls. I moved to Seattle about 2 years ago for an AmeriCorps position, and partway through my term I aged out of being on my parents' insurance. So it was my first time looking for my own insurance. Don't know a ton about healthcare, so the Health Plan Finder made it really easy for me to fill out an application and just see what I qualified for. Really easy to use. When I actually had to use the insurance, I had a concussion about a year ago, so I had to use my insurance for that. Yeah, people may come to Derby expecting fishnets and fake fights, but we're actually really serious athletes and take the sport really seriously. Having health insurance makes me a lot less terrified every time I take the track.
I have had a concussion. I've had a double knee sprain. I've had so many bumps and bruises. I currently can't sit down on my right side. My health insurance has helped me through every single one of those. I'm abominable and I skate with the Rat City Roller Girls in Seattle, Washington. In order to skate, you have to have your own health insurance. The Washington Health Plan Finder is what allowed me to start skating. Without it, I wouldn't have had the insurance that is required to play roller derby. It was really easy to use. I was expecting insurance to be this convoluted thing that would take hours and days out of my life. But with going online, filling it out, and they have advocates that are there to get on the phone if you have any sort of issue, it was really easy. When I didn't have my own health insurance, I was rationing out how much risk I could take. I couldn't skate roller derby, but it also limited how much I was willing to bite or what I was willing to try. I'd say if you don't have health insurance, get it and come play roller derby.
My list of injuries includes a concussion, a couple high ankle sprains, and then Velcro cuts and bruises. I'm bento boxer and I skate with Rat City Roller Girls. I moved to Seattle about 2 years ago for an AmeriCorps position, and partway through my term I aged out of being on my parents' insurance. So it was my first time looking for my own insurance. Don't know a ton about healthcare, so the Health Plan Finder made it really easy for me to fill out an application and just see what I qualified for. Really easy to use. When I actually had to use the insurance, I had a concussion about a year ago, so I had to use my insurance for that. Yeah, people may come to Derby expecting fishnets and fake fights, but we're actually really serious athletes and take the sport really seriously. Having health insurance makes me a lot less terrified every time I take the track.
the button even do?
Oh, it's like it makes it work. Ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, whatever your identity may be, welcome to season 13 of the Rat City Roller Girls! We'd like to remind you tonight's first bout of the home seasons is sold out. So please get comfy with your neighbors and scoot all in. We are at capacity. And thanks to each and every one of you for joining us. My name's Phil Dirt.
Julia Sleep.
And we will be your people on the microphones for the first bit while we're on microphones. So we have a lot to get to. We'd like to thank a lot of the people. We have the Lightning Fists of Science are here. Our non-skating officials hiding over in the corner as they should are the Rat Finks, those in stripes that will be making the calls. We have our EMTs over here. Be bored all night long. Look pretty. Just look pretty. Ooh, you're doing a fantastic. Pretty. You ever come up with a DJ name yet? Ground Control, DJ Ground Control, ladies and gentlemen.
National anthem. Yeah, let's do that.
All right, 13 long seasons in the making. A lot of champions have come and gone. A lot of champions fighting for that old D-bomb skate made into a trophy. A couple of you may know who the hell that is, but not most of you. Anyway, let's bring out...
What are we doing?
Those race cars! The monkey with the circuit wenches!
Okay. First up is number 11, Flow Motion.
Number 14, Mow You Down!
16, Ellie Like.
25, Oh So Final!
3, Chairman Mouse.
36, Sunshiner!
363, Noda Larson.
440, Clobbering Mame!
Number 5, Sharon Noble.
611, Hemiatoma!
666, Devil Inside.
667, Roasted Pony!
Last but not least, 669, Betsy Rexy.
These are your Socket Wenches!
Are we not going back and forth?
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, coming all the way from outer space to play some roller derby in your face, those intergalactic potato mashers, the Throttle Rockets!
Number 104, Scarlet Fever.
131, Habeas Carcass!
1751, No Patience.
1859, Natural Selector!
253, and Smash Away.
26, June Butt!
358, Ally McWheel.
44, Evergreen Jean!
451, Blaze of Lori.
76, Liberty Bell Ringer!
777, Ollie.
91, Tess LaCoil!
And our captain with a mystery number, Kylie Wyote.
Coached by Tracy and Missile America, these are the Throttle Rockets!
Hello, all of you out there in the internet lands. We are the
And we are live for the season 13 home opener.
So we're just about to get it underway here. We are operating underneath the new rule set, so if you do not know it, study it up, and we will be pointing out things as the game goes on. One of the big ones that you're going to notice right away is that you no longer have to enter the box from a specific direction. So that's going to be one of the most obvious changes. You'll see people coming in from both sides.
Another obvious change will be a slightly different cutting rule. The folks can re-exit the track, I guess, yield, as it were, if a blocker has jumped backwards. Basically, they can take their sweet time to make sure they don't bop in front of somebody, and the refs are all okay with that. All right, we have got Throttle Rockets and Socket Wenches lining up. First whistle.
It's going to be Liberty Bell Ringer.
Roasted Pony to wearing the star for the Socket Wenches in blue.
Liberty Bell Ringer number 76 in the front, pushing on that 4 wall, looking for an opportunity on the outside. She's not going to get that. That wall is braced up.
All right, that 3 wall in back by the Throttle Rockets with a swinger, 1859, making sure that she can block number 667 Roasted Pony. Looks like both the blocking packs have kind of merged into one big one. Scarlet Fever being sent to the box, giving Throttle Rockets one less on the track, but it looks like Socket Wenches wanted to meet and beat that. So we've got 2 Socket Wenches blockers heading to the box, and it looks like a 3rd Socket Wenches blocker was given a penalty, but she had to return back to the track.
Definitely painful for the Socket Wenches right there. Allowed Liberty Bell Ringer to break through as lead jammer. Just made her first scoring pass for 5 high in the sky. 5 points to break the egg for the Throttle Rockets.
All right, Roasted Pony wearing that star for the Socket Wenches, about to attempt her first scoring pass, but Throttle Rockets jammer was wise to that plan, decides to call it off before Socket Wenches were able to get any points on the board. Looks like Throttle Rockets were able to eke out another 3, bringing them to 8 for this jam.
Socket Wenches will be starting this with a 2-blocker disadvantage.
All right, it looks like Final is wearing the star for the Socket Wenches in blue.
Allie McWheel looked like she thought she needed to leave the track, but she did not. Another rule change is that the refs no longer need to be silent in between jams if the players are not in the correct number or formation.
All right, Bob to the inside, Evergreen Jean forced to recycle to the back of that 3-wall of blue, leading Oso Final number 26 to get lead jammer status for the Socket Wenches.
Oso Final, a real big point scorer for the Socket Wenches. She's extremely fast, but also extremely strong and quite a presence out there, as you can see.
Absolutely extremely strong. We just saw her push a 3-wall like it was chewing gum for her. I mean, she was just moving them along in corner 3. Decided to call it off before Throttle Rockets were able to get any more points on the board. We're sitting at 8 points for the team in black, 4 points for Socket Wenches in blue.
And that's going to be Tesla Coil lining up.
Slow motion in the blue jersey. A scrum of blockers in corner 1. It looks like we might have a cutting call for Flow Motion. She is heading to the box.
And as you can see, that was that first reference that you could see. She was past the point of no return. She could just turn right back around, go right into the box. But it's Tesla Coil right now, putting up another 5 points. Grand slam for the Throttle Rockets. Sunshiner giving a little booty shake against Tesla Coil. That is her secret weapon.
All right, with that call off, that's 4 more points on the board for the Throttle Rockets. We've got one blocker standing for the Socket Wenches, and it looks like that Socket Wenches jammer is standing as well, which means Throttle Rocket's going to have a short period of time to take advantage of this power start.
They certainly have fielded the right skater for it. Liberty Bell, ringer number 76, started us out in the game by picking up lead jammer and picking up 5 points, 8 points actually, I believe, in the very first jam. So she is back on the jammer line to take advantage of this power start.
All right, because Throttle Rockets are facing that power start, it looks like Socket Wenches decided it was time to take a team out. They had a few blockers bleed into the box that last jam, so they wanted to get themselves reorganized. Now that they've got their meditation done, their team meditation done, we've got the 3 blockers on the track for the team in blue. Like I said, one of those blockers is still standing in the box, so she will be joining her teammates momentarily.
Natural selection, habeas carcass, lining.
All right, that timeout, I think, made those skaters a little impatient. That end of timeout whistle is what they thought was the start of the jam. It happens a lot. They want to hit some bitches.
That's right. Well, now they kind of know what habeas carcass and natural selector were going to do, so Socket Wenches are going to reset themselves up to the pivot line, the rarely seen pivot line start.
It's like it's 1999 or something
I
with
know,
the pivot line start.
I know, it's awesome. Clobber and Maine giving this huge business to Liberty. Bellringer pushed to the inside by Devil inside as well. Last line of defense, but she's able to break through. Lead jammer, Throttle Rockets.
Meanwhile, Socket Wenches jammer has been released from the box, and she is trying to fight her way through. In fact, I'm wondering, oh, here we go, bop to the outside and forced to recycle back on corner 3. She snuck her way through on that outside line. It's like the Throttle Rockets forgot that jammer even existed.
And we want to give a big shout out to Black Rock Coffee. They care about 2 things, people and coffee. Check out the only Black Rock Coffee bar in Seattle, located just up the street on 143rd, just up the street from us here at the Rat's Nest, and Aurora. 143rd and Aurora, Black Rock Coffee, check them out.
I got to say, I've never tried that Black Rock coffee, but I have had Black Rock coffee a little further north in Everett, and oh yeah, it is some good coffee.
Delicious.
All right, Chernobyl wearing the star for the Socket Wenches.
Against Evergreen Jean for the Throttle Rockets, who just picked up lead jammer. Took advantage of a little confusion in turn 1.
All right, just out of corner 2, she was able to make her way through off of her initial pass. Chernobyl is thinking about trying to score some points, but it looks like Throttle Rockets were onto her game. Jammer for Throttle Rockets calls it off, and there's no points on the board for the team in blue, but it looks like 2 points on the board for the team in black.
Throttle Rockets, I think, are about 100% at calling off the jam before allowing any unintended points when they have the lead jammer. They've been playing really textbook time management and jam management, so see how long that continues.
We've got a 3-4 pack advantage in favor of the Throttle Rockets. Triforce in back of the Socket Wenches are giving Tesla Coil a bit of heartburn. They haven't even made it past the pivot line yet, and the Throttle Rockets lineup is barely past corner 1. This is a tough group of blockers to get through. Socket Wenches finally able to get through lead jam status.
Oh, so Final pressing that entire defense by herself.
Successfully challenging the entire defense by herself. She is so strong, and that is a grand slam for the Socket Wenches.
This is exactly what the Socket Wenches need to potentially turn around the momentum of this game, which has been going solidly to the Throttle Rockets.
Yeah, well, let me tell you, it ain't over till Oh So Final says it is Oh So Final, and she's got a different ending to this story. I think 5 more points on the board for the team in blue.
Natural Selector receiving the star pass. She is now the jammer for the Throttle Rockets. Going to be able to put on the pressure, but not before Oh So Final has a huge jam.
We are sitting at 23 points for Throttle Rockets, 14 points for Socket Wenches. I believe that was a 10-point jam for Oh So Final. I believe that might have even been our highest scoring jam of this game so far.
I think you're right about that. 22 minutes and about 40 seconds left in this first period in the first game of this season opener, Season 13 for Rat City.
All right, Chairman Mouse wearing the star for the first time for the Socket Wenches.
Against Liberty Bellringer, number 76 for the Throttle Rockets.
That penalty box is empty, which means we've got a full contingent of blockers that each jammer has to deal with.
It also means that we tend to jinx things when we say that the penalty box is empty, so 777 Ollie headed to the penalty box for the Throttle Rockets.
And taking advantage of that one blocker going to the box, Chairman Mouse gets through on her initial pass for lead jammer status, goes through, hops the apex on her scoring point status. She is definitely facing some serious contention in the straightaway between corners 2 and 3.
So star pass completed to No Patience, who goes through, picks up 4.
Chairman Mouse still trying to struggle, but hitting corner 3 and only one line of defense left. Jukes to the inside line. 5 points on the board for Chairman Mouse and Socket Wenches.
No Patience continuing to push on that defense, pick up points. High block being called.
Yeah, I got to say, actually, that was a good call, ref. I saw it happen and wondered, that doesn't look legal.
Was on Nona Larson, and Clobber and Mame doing a great job against No Patience as the last line of defense for the for the Socket Wenches, rather.
I got to tell you, I do not want to have to go against Clobber and Mame. First line of defense, last line of defense. She's good defense.
No Patience up in the front. Pushing, last line of defense.
All right.
Devil inside.
That out-of-play call means it's time to let her go. 4 points on the board for Throttle Rockets. And meanwhile, Chairman Mouse, 4 points on the board for Socket Wenches.
So we had talked about that. It's just said that Throttle Rockets were about 100% and causing no unintended points, and this is exactly what I meant. The Socket Wenches would have done better there, calling it off after the first time through with Chairman Mouse. They had the Throttle Rockets on the ropes, and they had the lead jammer, but they allowed the Throttle Rockets to actually put up the point differential in their favor, 3 points.
I totally agree. I was kind of surprised that they didn't take the opportunity to call that jam off when they were in the position that they were, and yeah, the consequences are 3 extra points on the board for the opposing team. We're sitting at 35 points, Throttle Rockets, 23 points for the Socket Wenches. As we know, it is still anyone's game. We've got a little over 20 minutes left in the first half, so this is by no means an example of how this bout is going to end.
I mean, there are always reasons for doing things like this. You're trying to get people out of the penalty box. You believe that your defense is going to get stronger because you may have people joining, so you think they're going to hold it back. But personally, I like to see coaches play conservative, especially at the top of the game. Those 3 points could lose you the game at the end.
I totally agree with that assessment, without a doubt. But who cares about what went on in the last jam? We are talking about what is going on right now in the first jam. Habeas Carcass wearing the star for the Throttle Rockets. I want to say this is the first time we've seen her wearing the star this bout.
She's up against Low Motion, number 11, who's current lead jammer for the Socket Wenches. Socket Wenches well known for their offense, and they certainly have poured it on. See, there it is right there, calling off that jam before Habeas Carcass could pick up those points. That's the kind of conservative derby I think they need to be playing right now.
I absolutely agree, because with the score differential as close as it is, literally 1 point, 2 point per jam can close it up and bring it to a tie game. The timing of that call-off was impeccable. They only got 1 point on the board, but it kept Throttle Rockets to a 0 score.
Speaking of offense, bringing a big offensive player right now, also final for the Socket Wenches.
Tesla Coil in the star for the Throttle Rockets.
Tesla Coil going to be recycled back. Also final up against a braced 2 wall. Devil inside. Always that last line of defense doing such a good job, and going to recycle Tesla. So final picks up the lead for the Socket Wenches.
I don't have stats in front of me, but I want to say that Oso Final is looking at lead jammer status the majority of the time she's been out here.
Yes.
5 points on the board to Socket Wenches and Oso Final.
been an extremely effective jammer for the Socket Wenches, and now they're sitting on a possible lead change. Oso Final stepped on through, took advantage of that new rule. So in the old rules, she kind of stepped out, and she would have been called for the cut track, but because she immediately yielded and yielded her position all the way to the back, she is not called for the cut track. She's able to come back in.
Yeah, actually, that was a textbook example of the new cutting rule. I'm sure most of us who just watched that thought, ooh, there's a cut. But then, boom, yielding, no cut call, totally legal under the new rule set. And frankly, I like it.
I think it's a really, really good change to the rule set. There was a lot of needless cuts where somebody could have did not impact the play of the game. They could have completely yielded, and yet they're sitting in the box, and it doesn't really help to have people sitting in the box for the sport.
Absolutely, especially when it's a jammer sitting in the box. That's not what people are paying to see. Nope. Speaking of jammers, we are looking at Nona Larson wearing the star for Socket Wenches and Ann Smashaway jamming for the Throttle Rockets.
And we are packed up pretty hard right now. And Nona Larson, she's going to deliver. I would have thought that was going to be a back block, but it's a cut track.
I thought that was a back block as well. Either way, she needed to be sent off the track, regardless of the details. That was sort of a good call, ref. That didn't look right.
Liberty Bellringer receiving the star pass. So with those two things happening, well, and Noah being called off, this means this is going to go for the full 2 minutes.
Yeah, so none of that conservative strategery, calling things off. This is a jam that the blockers will make or break.
Good swarm happening right now. Could see it from up here, our vantage point. The Socket Wenches, anytime there's a hole, they swarm to that hole and just close it down while still keeping the brace. It's nice defensive work. Ellie Like, though, is going to be called off, so that's going to not give them too much advantage. Nona Larson comes back in from the box, and she just finishes her initial pass. She was called out before her initial pass was complete.
Liberty Bellringer finally able to get through on a singular scoring pass. That is a grand slam.
Nona Larson picking up her first points. That's going to be 4. Liberty Bellringer pushed to the inside by Betsy Rexy.
All right, it looks like Throttle Rockets has decided it is time to take advantage of a team timeout. That was an 8-point jam for the Throttle Rockets to a 5-point jam for the Socket Wenches. We're sitting at 43-38. That is, let's see, 5-point differential?
Yes, indeed. You want to train smart, work hard, and get strong like our Rat City All-Stars? Check out Get Strong First, located here at the Rat's Nest. Learn more at www.getstrongfirst, that's FIRST.com. Also, we'd like you to check out Quality Athletics. We celebrate sport. Located in Pioneer Square, Quality Athletics is a full-service restaurant and bar. Not your usual sports bar fare with large wood-fired grill, a slushy and snow cone machine, and a rooftop garden, and AstroTurf back bar, and outdoor fire pits. All of those things can be found at Quality Athletics.
You've got me at outdoor fire pits.
You had me at snow cone. I don't have very sophisticated culinary tastes, so I am really more in the snow cone and slushy arena.
Well, it's kind of cold outside, so if we order the snow cones and slushies, we can then go to the fire pits.
That's exactly what I'm thinking. You got fire pit, and then you said snow cones and slushies. This is a good combination.
I think it's a plan.
All right, when we come back, we're going to have a 2-blocker advantage for the Throttle Rockets. They're going to line up Evergreen Jean.
And Flow Motion is going to have to battle against a Triforce of Throttle Rocket blockers down in the back.
Well, it's Sunshiner and Betsy Rexy.
So a couple extra blockers on the track sure doesn't slow Flow Motion down. Lead jammer status Socket Wenches.
Evergreen Jean just about a quarter track behind as Flow Motion taking advantage of that call off and brings them within 1 point.
It's amazing what a properly timed call off can do.
Yeah.
Socket winches are starting to remember. Yeah, that's right. We can control the clock when we've got lead jammer.
Well, had they called off that previous jam, they would be in the lead now.
Absolutely, they would.
Going to be Tesla Coil against Sunshiner. Sunshiner, first time the star on her helmet tonight. A very powerful skater. You could see got great form, but she's so valuable as a blocker. She's been on defense up until this point.
All right, Tesla Coil was finally able to make it out of that pack in the corners between the apex between 1 and 2 corner. But she was unable to score any points because, once again, Socket Wenches were very aware of opposing jammer placement on the track, and that was a 4-point jam for the team in blue, calling it off. We are now at 43-46, lead change for Socket Wenches.
Looking to hammer that nail a little bit deeper into the coffin. Oh So Final. It's going to be up against No Patience. Oh So Final, I think, is 100% for lead jammer right now. And scoring points, I believe.
Both teams have one blocker in the box, so each jammer is only facing a contingent of 3 opposing blockers. Oh So Final finding a line on the inside, or thought she found a line on the inside, instead gets called on a back block. We are looking at a power jam for the Throttle Rockets.
Oh So Final did leave wreckage behind her, and of course that penalty was assigned prior to her breaking the last line of defense, so the lead jammer is going to go to No Patience.
Oh, No Patience holding that inside line, and there's a little bit of a window. She's got only 2 Socket Wenches blockers left to face, and they are bopping her to the inside. She's got Clobber and Maine. She's got Ellie Like. None of those blockers are blockers I want to fight up against.
Ellie Like just morphing herself into any open space to shut down No Patience. Nobody looking. Oh So Final blows through, but it is her initial pass.
This was an excellent penalty kill by Socket Wenches. I cannot believe how well that contingent of blockers was able to hold the Throttle Rockets jammer back that entire 30 seconds while their jammer was in the box. Oh So Final comes flying in, and I think everybody had forgotten about her.
Throttle Rockets, though, again, calling off the jam, keeping themselves to still, I think, 100% of no unintended points when they've had control of the lead jammer, and taking the lead again, 48-46 with about 12 minutes and 30 seconds left in this period.
We've got Devil inside wearing the star for the Socket Wenches.
Against Liberty Bell Ringer for the Throttle Rockets.
I know we've seen Liberty Bell Ringer with the star, but I believe this is the first time we've seen Devil inside tonight wearing the star.
And there again, Liberty Bell Ringer not picking up a cut track penalty. She did pick up a forearm penalty, but previously the possibility would have been for her to pick up either. She did step out, but she immediately yielded, taking advantage of that new rule.
Meanwhile, Devil inside was declared lead jammer. Got through on her initial pass to get that. Now a 5-point grand slam.
Devil inside, another skater that's been playing mostly defense, but is an extremely effective offensive player. As we could see, just a little hop up around Blaze of Glory.
Yeah, that was awesome. Little shoulder check, bring her down, totally legal. Hopped over the wreckage she created. 5 more points on the board for Socket Wenches.
Liberty Bellringer taking advantage of an outside line Sunshine in between turns 3 and 4. Not able to put some points on the board, so now we are trading leads.
Wow, that was a 14-point jam. I want to say that's the biggest jam of the evening, but my memory isn't always what it should be, so please correct me if I'm wrong.
I think it may be 48-60 right now.
Socket Wench is back in the lead.
Natural Selector against Flow Motion right now for the Throttle Rockets and Socket Wenches respectively.
Oh, that Throttle Rockets blocker contingent was solid and just not even moving. Flow Motion using her back, using her sides, using every bit of her body to try to get through. But alas, she also used her forearm, and that sent her to the box.
And there will be also a penalty assessed on Natural Selector.
So that'll be a quick jammer do-si-do in that penalty box. And this is going to be a full 2-minute jam.
The jammers were slightly separated, so there was some time to spend for Natural Selector. However, new rule, if they had both sat down at the same time, they would have been immediately released. Whereas in previous rule set, they would have had to sit for at least 10 seconds.
Yeah, and that always seems silly to
Weird.
me. A very arbitrary 10-second breather. 4 more points on the board for the Socket Wenches. Slow Motion is thinking about maybe scoring another.
She's going to have Natural Selector doing the same thing. Clobber and Mame covering Natural Selector, making her go to the outside, gets around Chairman Mouse.
Now we've got a matching 4-point jam for each of the teams.
Natural Selector looking for an opportunity. Clobber and Mame shutting down that inside line. And this time being wise to the fact that Natural Selector is going to go to the outside, pushes her there.
Penalty box has emptied out, so Socket Wenches have a full contingent of blockers on the track, just like the Throttle Rockets. Pack is moving relatively slow, almost at a standstill in corner 3. Slow Motion knocked to the inside and forced to recycle all the way back. Jam ends on its natural conclusion. It looks like Throttle Rockets were able to get 9 points this jam, and Socket Wenches were able to get 8.
Rat City is accepting skaters of all levels. Our next tryout is coming up quick. For more information, email freshmeat@ratcityrollergirls.com. Starting again with Evergreen Jean and Oso final. Evergreen Jean basically pushed through the defense by the Socket Wenches. Hiyamiya Toma, I know it was not her intention, but it was the effect of what she did.
All right, I'm thinking this might be the first time Oso final was not, or, well, sort of the first time she wasn't declared lead jammer. I guess second, technically.
Yes. That other time she picked up a penalty on her initial pass, but this time with still being on the track, this is the first time that she has not picked up that lead jammer.
Throttle Rockets, on the other hand, were able to pick up 4 points this jam, bringing them to 61 points. 68 points for the Socket Wenches. We are looking at 7-point difference, and we know that with a little more than 7 minutes in this first half, it is still anyone's game.
We've got Ellie Like against Liberty Bellringer. Ellie Like behind that braced 3-wall in the back of the Throttle Rockets. Liberty Bellringer pushing the pack. Gotta be let go, and she is lead jammer. Just as Ellie Like finds her own way through and is right after her.
Yeah, it looked like Ellie Like was going to take that outside line, but a blocker blocked her from that outside line and propelled her through on the inside line, so that worked.
And Throttle Rockets are choosing to keep this one rolling. Liberty Bellringer able to take advantage. Took some time off the clock. They did have Socket Wenches put points up, but I think that was really more about time management than anything else. They are behind. It's kind of strange, but 69-72.
Yeah, actually, even though they could have called that off, they did take a good risk with that, extending the jam. They were able to put another 4 points on the board.
Yep. They made a quick decision to end it when they believed that they were going to even it up again. So.
All right, Chairman Mouse skating up against Tesla Coil. Tess trying to take the outside line, but a booty check sent her to the ground.
That was Sunshiner giving that booty hit against Tesla Coil. Tesla Coil breaking free from Clobber and Mame, going to pick up a lead jammer.
Meanwhile, Chairman Mouse was able to find tiny little holes within the pack. It was like she was threading a needle or crocheting herself through those blockers. She did end up getting done with her initial pass and is about to try to score, but nope. Throttle Rockets call it off, so holding Socket Wenches to 0 points.
No points assigned. We had one extra blocker. So Tracy came on and is like, hey, by the way, sorry, Ollie. I didn't mean to send you on. Evergreen Jean against the OSO final. Evergreen Jean.
Lead jammer before she even passed the pivot line.
Like,
she just swooped her hips around everybody and was like, yeah, I'm free.
And that is some textbook derby right there from Evergreen Jean. One spin, gets the hips over the last, picks up the 2 box points for that. So there's 4 points and retaking the lead 73-72. 4 minutes, 30 seconds left in this first period. Great derby to start this season 13 between the Throttle Rockets and the Socket Wenches.
Yep, I got to tell you, it's lucky 13 with about like this. 1 point difference going into the halftime. Well, almost going into the halftime, that is.
Liberty Bellringer making her own hole on the inside.
Slow motion trying to get past that final blocker. Let's see, Ollie. And sending her to the ground. Oh, bops her to the outside. She's going to be forced to recycle back in the apex between corners 1 and 2.
Liberty Bellringer thrown to the inside. She's only got Devil inside, which is enough. Now Sunshiner is going to come up and look at that work between those 2 blockers in the front. Great bridging happening as well.
Phenomenal bridging without a doubt, although it looks like, yep, we've got out of play penalty getting delivered to one of the Socket Wenches blockers. Sunshiner going to the box for that.
Natural Selection going to pick up a low block, but the damage is done. Flow motion recycled to the back and now against that 3-wall.
Liberty Bellringer up front, pushing that 3-wall of blue. 3-wall of blue is giving her a little bit of heartache and a headache. They are hard to move.
That is Clobber in main, Devil inside, and Ellie Like in the front. Just got the lockdown on Liberty Bellringer.
Slow motion trying to take that inside line. So close to getting through, but drug her skates right through that apex to the infield. Cutting call, sends her to the box. It is a power jam for Liberty Bellringer.
That's the kind of cut that makes a whole lot of sense to me. I'm really enjoying announcing this new rule set because that cut track where she increased her advantage by going through and came in front of it, like that makes perfect sense to me. That would be a cut. If she had been knocked through and on her knees or whatever, or if she had not actually changed her advantage and come back in, it always confused me that would be called a cut. That hard line being softened makes a whole lot of sense.
I cannot agree more. Of the new rule set, the lack of cutting or the potential lack of cutting call is, I think, my favorite. I do enjoy the ability to get to the box in either direction,
yes,
but the cutting call, I gotta say, is my favorite new rule thing.
Tesla Coil's going to break through his lead jammer. Flow motion coming in from the box. She was in there in between jams. Tesla Coil. It's just in a lockdown. The entire pack is locked down right after turn 1.
Yeah, they were locked down on the inside. She took that outside window.
She had 3 points. It's a smart call that thing off. That was not going anywhere fast. Quite literally.
Absolutely. All right, we've got one blocker for the Throttle Rockets in the penalty box, giving us a 3-4 pack advantage for the Socket Wenches. We're sitting at 85 points, Throttle Rockets, 72 points, Socket Wenches, a little bit less than a minute left in this first half.
Hey, you may see a little button on the feed that says donate. We would really love it if you do that. If you enjoy what you're hearing here, this is a sold-out game. So for those of you at home, even if you wanted to go or could go, you couldn't because the tickets are all gone. So if this is useful to you, go ahead and throw some money into the pot and donate and help us keep our technology flowing to you and to the interwebs.
And who knows, if we get enough donations, we might be able to get more camera angles, get more, and that only increases the awesomeness of our feed.
If we get enough donations, you might even be able to see us.
Okay, don't donate that much.
Show restraint.
All right. Well, No Patience is wearing the star for the Throttle Rockets up against Chairman Mouse for the Socket Wenches.
And it's just been a defensive jam so far. I mean, we have a bifurcated pack. As you sometimes see, Shunshiner, last line of defense. Devil Inside's going to pick up a multiplayer block penalty.
Lead jammer status wasn't declared until corner 4, which is how long and how hard those blockers were fighting to keep those jammers back.
No Patience doing a little duck in the inside on turn 1's going to pick up 5 points. Chairman Mouse trying to relieve herself of the star responsibility right now, and it would go to Oso Final. Oso Final's working on defense, though.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've got 2 blockers for Socket Wenches stuck in the box, which means the remaining 2 Socket Wenches blockers have a lot to accomplish. Oso Final sent to the penalty box, it looks like maybe for a multiplayer block, making life a little bit easier for No Patience. 5 points on the board for Throttle Rockets.
Chairman Mouse has the helmet cover in her hand, and she was unable to deliver it to anybody as Oso Final was sent to the box.
All right, we are looking at halftime intermission for this first bout here of Season 13. And in case you were wondering, that brutal hit at the last second, totally legal shoulder check. And we got to see the blocker and the jammer give each other hugs because it was all about the love.
I have had a concussion. I've had a double knee sprain. I've had so many bumps and bruises. I currently can't sit down on my right side. My health insurance has helped me through every single one of those. I'm abominable and I skate with the Rat City Roller Girls in Seattle, Washington. In order to skate, you have to have your own health insurance. The Washington Health Plan Finder is what allowed me to start skating. Without it, I wouldn't have had the insurance that is required to play roller derby. It was really easy to use. I was expecting insurance to be this convoluted thing that would take hours and days out of my life. But with going online, filling it out, and they have advocates that are there to get on the phone if you have any sort of issue, it was really easy. When I didn't have my own health insurance, I was rationing out how much risk I could take. I couldn't skate roller derby, but it also limited how much I was willing to bike or what I was willing to try. I'd say if you don't have health insurance, get it and come play roller derby.
Explosive injuries includes a concussion, a couple high ankle sprains, and then Velcro cuts and bruises. I'm Bento Boxer and I skate with Rat City Roller Girls. I moved to Seattle about 2 years ago for an AmeriCorps position, and partway through my term, I aged out of being on my parents' insurance. So it was my first time looking for my own insurance. Don't know a ton about healthcare, so the Health Plan Finder made it really, really easy for me to fill out an application and just see what I qualified for. Really easy to use. When I actually had to use the insurance, I had a concussion about a year ago, so I had to use my insurance for that. Yeah, people may come to Derby expecting fishnets and fake fights, but we're actually really serious athletes and take the sport really seriously. Having health insurance makes me a lot less terrified every time I take the track.
Just about 45 seconds before we get back into some roller derby action. Great first half been happening so far. Throttle Rockets and Socket Wenches putting on quite a show. Throttle Rockets coming out in the lead very early, and Socket Wenches fighting their way back to take over the lead, but now Throttle Rockets with the momentum going into this second half.
Yeah, it looks like we've got some penalty concerns for the Socket Wenches. One of the skaters is sitting at 6 penalties. I believe that's Sunshiner. We've got 3 penalties for Oso Final, which is a concern, but in my opinion, not as big of a concern as the 6 penalties for Sunshiner. I will tell you, though, this level of skating is just amazing, and I'm not sure if you know this, but some of these home team skaters only started a year ago, and if you want to start your derby journey, the Pinkies program can teach you all about the fundamentals of derby. You should check out the social media feed or email freshmeat@ratcityrollergirls.com for more information.
Hey, did you like that sponsorship, and are you interested in advertising with Rat City Roller Girls? We have numerous great packages to offer this season. Please ask any Rat City Roller Girl for details, or you can email sponsorship@ratcityrollergirls.com.
And for all of you who are watching the feed online, that would be everyone that's hearing my voice, you should check out the new social media contest on the Rat City Facebook page. The Rat City Facebook page, let's see here, it's a chance to win, gosh, you know, it's some sort of prize package, including tickets to see a mystery bout, but check out the social media contest on the Rat City Facebook page for your chance to win.
Also allows us to give a shout out as we get things going here to Pure Coffee, creating strong, clean, beautiful coffee using only perfectly sourced beans, filtered water, and attention to detail. Check them out, Pure Coffee. That was as many clean adjectives I think I've ever said.
Perhaps, but I'll tell you, you need pure, clean water to make
with
excellent
beautiful
coffee
and perfectly sourced. I mean, like,
it's a good cup of coffee.
That is a creative writing dream right there. I love it. All right, we're going to start with OSO final in the box. One blocker advantage to the Throttle Rockets, Liberty Bellringer and Cher Noble.
And Liberty Bellringer with a forearm call on the opposing jammer, which sent her to the floor, sends Liberty Bellringer to the box. This is a power start-ish. Oh, no, it is not. Everyone ceded their power. Both jammers sent to the box. We are looking at a full 2-minute jam.
Cher Noble been giving a high block call, so now Liberty Bellringer back in engaging the pack.
Pack hasn't moved from barely past the pivot line in corner 1. Both jammers have now exited the box. We have got a convergence of chaos for the most part. And it looks like Cher Noble was able to find openings in that convergence of chaos. Clear skies for her means she is out of her initial pass and about ready to start scoring some points for the team in blue.
Liberty Bellringer coming back in, recycling back behind Sunshiner.
That is a full 5 points on the board. Natural grand slam, and it looks like we have got a power jam situation for the Socket Wenches. Liberty Bellringer sitting in the box for a cutting call, which means Cher Noble has got the next 40 seconds to do as much damage as she can.
That damage may be significant. Another 5 points for Cher Noble, bringing them into 14 points separation now.
On her next scoring pass, she's already passed a couple hips, so we've got some points in the pocket. Liberty Bellringer has been released from the box, and it looks like she is thinking about doing a star pass.
Oh, so final with an oh so big shoulder to Liberty Bellringer.
Cher Noble putting 15 points on the board this jam. That is an excellent, excellent jam. We are looking at 96 points for Throttle Rockets, 87 points for Socket Wenches. This is a momentum shift that the team in blue really needed going into this second half.
Socket Wenches coming out swinging, going to put Roasted Pony up on the line, up against Evergreen Jean for the Throttle Rockets.
All right, we've already established my memory is less than stellar, but Roasted Pony, have we seen her as a jammer yet? I feel like we have not.
I think she did once at the very beginning, like when the first 2 jams or so, but we haven't seen her in a long time. Evergreen Jean just turning on the twirls. I don't know if she was trying to take advantage of that fantastic luminescent skirt or if she was just getting around a bunch of blockers, but regardless, super effective.
Yeah, I think that skirt might be her superpower, and she's definitely showing it off. And it's awesome because it's pretty and effective.
Is hologramic.
All right, it looks like Betsy Rexy got sent to the box for a forearm call. We've got just one blocker in the Washington Health Benefit Exchange penalty box. I want to thank Washington Health Benefit Exchange for being a sponsor for Rat City Roller Girls this season. They are sponsoring our penalty box, and they are helping everyone out there in our feed land get insurance. Log on to Washington Health Insurance Benefit and see if you can get coverage today.
Oh, so final. Did get the completed star pass, but Evergreen Gene keeping an eye on it, called it off, keeping them scoreless 4-0, and Throttle Rockets now at the century mark, even 100 points. Throttle Rockets 87, 26 minutes, 10 seconds left in the game.
Despite the fact that Throttle Rockets were the ones that put the points on the board, it looks like Throttle Rockets decided it is time to call an official review. Not quite sure what it's all about.
This is the part where we listen down below to the official review thing. But while we're doing, you should consider whether or not you're in the right employment. Are you sick of your job? Are you ready for a new career in the tech industry?
Yes.
Start your tech career with Dev Bootcamp, where curious beginners learn full stack web development in 19 weeks. Visit devbootcamp.com to learn more about Original Immersive Coding School and their new Seattle campus. Code yourself a meaningful career at Dev Bootcamp.
All right, and Rat City would like to welcome our newest sponsor, Bedrooms and More. Wouldn't it be nice if shopping for a mattress could feel like coming home? At Bedrooms and More, that's what you will find. You can check out their wide selection of mattresses, bedding, and more, or you could even take one of their helpful mattress buying classes. Bedrooms and More is located in Wallingford on 45th Avenue.
Mattress buying class, we were just talking about the utility of that. We think that's a really great idea. We're concerned about the coursework, but we support commerce in all forms, especially the educational.
And maybe your lab partner will be cute.
That's exactly right. So it sounds like that official review was the Throttle Rockets trying to get a forearm call on the Socket Wench's jammer. They were denied. Call on the track stands, which means there was no call.
And they're going to have to spend the next 26 minutes with no official review. I kind of have to question the wisdom of calling that official review at this point in the game. But you know what? I'm not a coach.
I'm going to agree with you on that. That seems strange, that official review. They've already burned one timeout. That official review might have been extremely helpful to hold back that clock. But they thought that was important enough to call it. I don't know.
So we've got flow motion on the track, lead jammer status Socket Wenches. And it looks like Tesla Coil is still trying to get through on her initial pass at the straightaway between corners 2 and 3.
Tesla Coil pushing up against that now 2 wall of Devil Inside and Moya down. Devil Inside going to pick up the forearm. Tesla Coil coming right up against Clobber and Mainz, just taking the place of Devil Inside. Tesla Coil, nice step to stay inside in turn 4, and she is out.
All right, Socket Wenches were able to eke out 4 points. We are looking at 91 points for Socket Wenches, holding Throttle Rockets to that 100 points. We're looking at 9-point difference, which could totally happen in this jam.
And Sunshiner going to the line. She's sitting on 6, and they're going to field her as a jammer. Liberty Bell Ringer, which I think is not a bad idea. I don't think she's picked up any penalties as a jammer.
All right. You've convinced me for that coaching maneuver, because for a second there I did raise an eyebrow, but all right, no jammer penalties. This might be a good one to throw at it, see if she can get through.
Push to the inside, comes back in after recycling herself back. She is right behind. Liberty Bellringer does have the lead, and she is eyeing Devil Inside for at least 1 point.
All right, and we've got some lingering Throttle Rockets there at the back of the pack, which means we are looking at least 1 point for the Socket Wenches, because there was some hips that were passed. Looks like this jam is 2 points for Throttle Rockets, 1 point for Socket Wenches.
You did hear the call it from Throttle Rockets. It just didn't happen quite soon enough, so they did allow the Socket Wenches to pick up that 1 point. But you did have a box point for the Throttle Rockets, so their one hit pass turned into two, as it does.
Like a buy one, get one free coupon when people are in the box.
Evergreen Jean, open opportunity inside, just takes it. Nice eyes. Oso Final's going to head to the box.
Looks like Oso Final got a back block call, which brings her to 4 penalties, I believe, so far. Oh, and Evergreen Jean with their fancy super-powered skirt just twirls their way through on that outside line for a 5-point grand slam.
If this is the kind of offense that the Throttle Rockets are fielding now this early in period 2, it is going to be an upward battle for the Socket Wenches.
Yeah, the Socket Wenches came out fighting there in that first jam, but Throttle Rockets have their number, and they are just ringing it over and over again. We've got another 5-point pass for the Throttle Rockets, bringing them up to 117 points, and this jam has still got a minute left.
You know, there was Oso Final in the box, but the Throttle Rockets defense/offense was pretty much not engaging the Socket Wench defense really for 2 or 3 of those passes. That was Evergreen Jean doing it all on her own.
All right, so Oso Final was released from that box, hit the back of the pack, and managed to get through with a forearm call. So she got sent to the box and has been substituted.
I believe that she has that was her 7.
All right, I guess she has fouled out.
So Socket Wench is in serious penalty trouble now. They've lost one of their players already. We know that one of their other players that just sat down, Sunshiner, was sitting on 6, so she will be out as well.
All right, Socket Wench's jammer has been released. Chairman Mouse is hitting the back of that Throttle Rocket 4-pack, trying to get through on her initial pass. And she's got a big old favor because Tesla Coil has been declared or been being sent to the box with a cutting call. So right now, Chairman Mouse is the only jammer on the track. Socket Wench's power jam. All right, Chairman Mouse finally through on her initial pass. We've got about a minute left in this jam. Let's see how many points she can score. Her blockers are just sitting there waiting for her to come, and now they're coming in for some offensive help. Opening up that outside line, Chairman Mouse, another 5 points on the board for the team in blue.
Yes, and indeed, I just want to confirm Sunshiner is stepping back from the penalty box, which means that she is out as well. The Socket Wenches are now down 2 players. Not that you'd know it by the run that Chairman Mouse is keeping up right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Chairman Mouse is doing this with a little bit of help from her blockers, but for the most part, she's got the fancy footwork that's bringing her through and earning those points.
Tesla Coil breaking through 4-5.
5 more points on the board for Chairman Mouse.
Tesla Coil is going to pick up a penalty at the end, so they are going to sit down for the beginning of this jam.
This is the exact kind of stroke of luck that Socket Wenches were hoping for, so they're going to put Himi Atoma wearing the star for the team in blue with a power start. She's got about 30 seconds or so to get that lead jam status and rule the track for her team in blue.
Miyatoma looking to keep this momentum heading. And that is Moya down with the clearing block right there against Habeas Carcass, captain of the Throttle Rockets, to release Miyatoma.
So Socket Wenches have been declared lead jammer. We're on the first scoring pass for that team in blue. An open, narrow window on the inside line gives Himi Atoma 5 points to put on the board, bringing the score to 105 for the team in blue.
Miyatoma pushed to the inside, so she's going to recycle back. And Habeas Carcass, that had just picked up the star, gets a forearm penalty, so she is going to sit in the box, which gives you time to put on the helmet cover.
And once again, Himiatoma has got a power jam situation to help put more points on the board for that team in blue. 5 more points is a 10-point jam so far for Himiatoma.
Socket Winch is now pouring on the offense like they were at the beginning. 8 points separating the two teams. Himiatoma is going to get called off, so we're going to have a jammer switch out.
Looks like Himiatoma decided it was easier to get through when you were pushing on the backs, and back blocking is not a legal situation.
Both jammers now released.
All right, so if you were wondering why it is that Himiatoma got down there and then sat down and both jammers were released, that's because Habeas Carcass had 2 penalties she was serving. She'd finished serving that first penalty by the time Himiatoma sat down, and so basically they had to zero each other's jams out or penalties out, so both jammers were released at the same time.
So it's a strange way to employ that new rule, but that is exactly what happened, is that at the exact time that Himiatoma sat down, the first penalty ended, which means that it was as if both jammers had sat down at the same time, so they were both released immediately.
You explained it so much better than I did. I am so glad you were here.
It was only because you had already plowed the field. So like the exposition was all done. You took care of the hard part, and I just sat there analyzing it during it, and was like, this is kind of weird that that was that new rule, but it didn't really look like that new rule, but it was the new rule.
Yeah, it absolutely was the new rule without 8 out. All right, so that penalty box is empty. That Washington Health Benefit Exchange penalty box is empty. We've got a full 5-on-5 on the track, and we are looking at Evergreen Jean wearing the star for Throttle Rockets, and Devil Inside wearing the star for the Socket Wenches.
Evergreen Jean trying her spin tactic, not being as successful in this jam. She's going to run into Clobber and Maine, but able to get around her on the inside. That is lead jammer for the Throttle Rockets, Evergreen Jean. There it is again. She is so versatile laterally.
I think that fancy skirt gives her power.
It's a different style for certain, but it does remind me of a lot of what Smack You Sideways of Portland fame would do. Just very, very versatile, moving directly sideways. And she's also employing a lot of these spin tactics, which are allowing her to free herself. But it also makes her a very thin skater on the outside or in the inside line by doing that skating sideways, which is exactly what was beneficial to Smack You Sideways. You reduce the amount of room that she actually needed to stay in bounds and still get by her blockers.
Yeah, I've got to say, Evergreen Jean has definitely taken a few pages from that playbook, because that is exactly what has been her success this evening. All right, so the Throttle Rockets were able to put 10 points on the board. 9 points on the board this jam, holding Socket Winches to 0 points. 136 for the team in black, 119 for the team in blue.
Yeah, they did initially flash that 5, and I was like, I think that she got 4, and that was true. Small correction there at the end.
But a single point can make the difference, so I'm glad they were able to make that correction.
Yep, Natural Selector up against Sharon Noble right now for the Throttle Rockets and Socket Wenches respectively. And Natural Selector is going to have to select in the penalty box.
Sharon Noble taking advantage of that opposing jammer penalty, gets lead jammer status for Socket Wenches.
And now Socket Wenches engaging the defense.
Throttle Rockets trying to speed up the pack a little bit, but ooh, that plan didn't look very successful. They were not able to hold that together once the Socket Wenches got their offensive line on track. Opened wide up. Chernobyl went through. 5 points on the board for Socket Wenches.
Clever Main headed to the box for blocking in the wrong direction. That last clear was courtesy of Moya down on the previous pass. Huge shoulder from Moya.
All right, so it looks like Natural Selector was released from the box. And Blue Jammer noticed that and decided it is time to call it off. So only 5 points, 8 points on the board this jam for Socket Wenches, bringing them up to 127. We've got a 9-point differential, 136 for Throttle Rockets.
And the Socket Wenches are called a timeout, which gives us a chance to let you know about advanced manual therapy and sports rehabilitation. Staffed with our advanced team of sports, orthopedic, and manual therapy specialists who offer leading-edge skills assessment, treatment, and individualized planning for return to competition or daily activities. That's advanced manual therapy and sports rehabilitation. That sign must be enormous.
There are a lot of words that they got to put on that sign.
There are a lot of words on that sign.
So hey, all of you out there in internet land watching the feed, I would like to let you know that you can go to Facebook and check out our new contest. Remember, the social media page for Facebook is where you're going to find your chance to win the prize package. And let's see here. If you go to the Facebook page on your cell phone right now and enter your new social media, you can enter the new social media contest. All you have to do is pick 4 skaters to be on your dream team, and you could win a prize pack, including tickets to see Return of Xander Cage.
Triple X, The Return of Xander Cage, the movie that everybody wants to see. I don't have a lot of takers on that. But I know Vin Diesel is out there somewhere, and so if he hears this, I said that everybody wants to see your movie. I think Ruby Rose is in it too. I mean, there's some, I don't know. It's
Ruby Rose and Vin Diesel? No wonder I had no idea what movie this was.
Yes, exactly.
It is a movie full of eye candy. I think we can all agree on that.
Yes, indeed.
All right, but regardless of the movie full of eye candy, we are looking right now at Tesla Coil wearing the star for Throttle Rockets and Flow Motion wearing the star for Socket Wenches.
Tesla Coil having a tough time against that 4-braced wall, now a 3-braced wall, and the pack is coming back together, so she's going to get no benefit of stretching it out and having a no pack called. In fact, they're going to pick up a cut track penalty.
Meanwhile, Flow Motion was able to get through for a 5-point pass, and this is a power jam situation, which is exactly what Socket Wenches want. We're looking at a 4-point differential, which could change by the end of this scoring pass. 136 Throttle Rockets, 132 Socket Wenches. 5 more points on the board means we've got a lead change, 137 Socket Wenches.
And the Throttle Rockets are going to have to lock down this power jam. Socket Wenches currently have a goat, so it's going to make it harder for the Throttle Rockets to press out forward in that pack, and they just got caught in there as well.
Yeah, I got to say, Socket Wenches are pulling some really basic derby moves and making them work to their absolute success. Grabbing a goat is one of the most basic, and I'll tell you what, it worked for them this jam. 15 points, 142 to 136. Phenomenal momentum change in regards to the Socket Wenches.
12 minutes and about 10 seconds left in the game, and now the Throttle Rockets are looking at a comeback with Liberty Bell Ringer against Chairman Mouse.
Chairman Mouse might be small, but I'll tell you what, she has got some serious power behind her. She is currently stuck behind that tough 3-wall of the Throttle Rockets right around the pivot line, and it looks like she's thinking about doing a helmet cover exchange, given the star to Himiatoma.
Meanwhile, with all that confusion, Liberty Bellringer just taking advantage of that inside line, breaking on through. She's going to do the same thing here, except she's going to get caught behind her own blockers. That allows Devil Inside and Moya down to regain position on her. Multiplayer block on Devil Inside. She's like, I think I knew that, but I don't necessarily agree with you. Himiatoma had sent to the box with the helmet cover in her hand, which means this is a power gem for Liberty Bellringer. We are using all the rules right now.
All right, once again, we've got a lead change. 146 for Throttle Rockets, 142 Socket Wenches.
All the things in Derby are happening right now. And Moya down. Last line of defense. Liberty Bellringer shakes off 2 shoulders, bakes it through for another 5. And this is about to turn into the biggest jam of the night. 15 points so far. Liberty Bellringer just needs another pass to make that 20. Clobber and Maim able to regain position.
I'm going to guess that she did make the pass, but even if she didn't make it through that pack, she passed all those hips and was going to get 5 points. But she made it through, so she's got 5 points on the board, and she's ready to do it all over again.
I agree with you. I think that she had already made those points. Moya down, able to stop her along with Chairman Mouse. And Himiatoma back in as jammer.
Himiatoma stuck in the back behind a tough 3-wall of just braced blockers, giving her no mercy, bopping her to the inside. Jam comes to the natural conclusion. We are looking at a 24-point jam for the Throttle Rockets. That is by far, wait, are they even adding more points? Was it 24 or 28? Either way, we know.
I think it's 24. That last pass, she didn't pass Himiatoma, who was out on the track. So the 24 points but you know, Throttle Rockets is seeing the right hook back with an uppercut. You see your big jam. I've got another one coming right behind it. Evergreen Jean pushed to the inside. Cher Noble brace 3-wall in the front. Picks up the lead jammer. That's what they need. Evergreen Jean, though, able to get right behind her. That is not what they need. They needed to have a little bit less pressure coming into this first scoring pass.
Yeah, luckily the Throttle Rockets were lined up in back, which made the scoring for Socket Wenches a little bit easier. They were able to get that full 4 points on the board, but boy, they had to get it, hit it and quit it, as it were. Get those points, call that jam off. Luckily, they were able to keep Throttle Rockets to 0. 4 points on the board for the team in blue brings them to 146. We're looking at 160 Throttle Rockets, 146 Socket Wenches, about 8.5 minutes or so left in game time.
Good last whistle effort by Evergreen Jean on that last jam. Didn't quite pick it up, but just by a hair, almost got a point. Flow motion, lead jammer, Socket Wenches.
Hot on her tail. We are looking at no patience. Throttle Rockets jammer. It is a foot race to the back of that pack.
And they're going to be 0-0. Better call than allowing No Patience, who had a pretty clear line on the inside, was on her way to pick up all 4 points, and Flow Motion was about to get stymied. So good call by Flow Motion and her bench. Call off that jam scoreless.
Yeah, especially since they are trailing right now, not by much, but you don't want to add any more points to the amount that you are trailing. So that was a brilliant call off. Sometimes 0 points for everyone is better than 0 points for you and 4 points for them.
Exactly. And Smashaway, I think this is her first time jamming tonight for the Throttle Rockets.
You know, you can't trust my memory, but I think you're right.
Yeah, and she's against Sharon Noble, who's doing a little bit better right now. And Smashaway's recycled. That is Sharon Noble out as lead jammer.
Meanwhile, Ann Smashaway is stuck just after corner 1, bop to the outside, forced to recycle all the way back. Luckily, that pack was pretty compact, so all the way back wasn't very far. Now she is trying to push her way through and past a 4-wall of blue in front. She almost made her way through. It looked like she had that inside line, but she was so far the inside line that she hit that end field, got that cutty call, sent herself to the box. 5 points on the board for Sharon Noble and Socket Wenches.
Sharon Noble got released from that pack and had her hands out like she was going to call it off, and her bunch was like, no. Like, and Smashaway just went to the box. So why don't you keep this going for a little bit and we'll just get some points for free, not have to make an initial pass. I like that call. It always confuses me when a jam is called off just after somebody goes to the box, and then you've got to go through another initial pass and lose that time, especially when you're trailing and time's important and all these sort of things.
Yeah, and keeping this jam going is textbook example of why you want to keep that jam going. We've so far got 10 points on the board for the Saka Winches. That brings them to a 4-point differential. I believe she got another 4 points on the board, which brings us to a tie game.
And Smash Away going to come out of the box and immediately pick up a back block. She's going to save a little bit of time by getting to skate any direction she wants to the box, but other than that, this is a coster for Throttle Rockets as Chernobyl is about to take the lead.
Absolutely, and Chernobyl could probably do one more scoring pass and maybe even call it. Oh, all right. Jam came to the natural conclusion. 5 more points on the board. We've got a lead change. Saga Winches are at 165. Throttle Rockets 160. This last jammer penalty could literally be the reason why Throttle Rockets loses the game, but we've still got 5.5 minutes left of gameplay, so we know that anybody can take this right now. 5 points differential, that can be done in half of a jam.
That's a hard call by the Throttle Rockets. Is going to be, you put in a new skater because you need some fresh legs out there, and then they have this multiple penalties that extend over 2 jams. That's just a rough call and some unfortunate luck for both the skater and the team. As Chairman Mao right now going to go up against Scarlet Fever is not having any of it.
Oh, and Chairman Mouse opening on the inside line of corner 3 gets lead jammer status. We're still sitting at 165, 160, and it looks like Throttle Rockets jammer has been released from the box. She's still going to be working on her initial pass while Chairman Mouse is working on her first scoring pass.
And Smash Away is out there, but so is Evergreen Jean as pivot. I got to think that that's not a coincidence.
I think you might be onto something there.
Generally, what will happen is if you've been having some penalty trouble and trouble getting through, is that you will set up for a star pass, which is what's happening right now. Star fell to the ground. She's going to have to pick it up and hand it to her herself.
All right, so we have some Star Pass issues, which caused some delay and wasting of clock time for Throttle Rockets. Meanwhile, Chairman Mouse is doing her thing. 4 more points, 5 more points on the board. There's a 9-point jam for Chairman Mouse and the Saka Winches, bringing them to 174, 160. Throttle Rockets, 14-point differential. 4 minutes left in this game. Let's see if the team in black can get back on the track.
And you could see how just like one change will really, really cause you issues. Throttle Rockets were laser focused on making that star pass happen, and meanwhile the rest of the defense sort of fell apart. Chairman Mouse sitting on 9 points so far, and it's not really helped Evergreen Jean, but at least it did get Ann Smashaway out of the penalty trouble that she was in.
All right, it looks like we got 4 more points on the board for 13-point jam, thanks to Chairman Mouse. 178 Socket Winches, 160 Throttle Rockets. Liberty Bell Ringer trying to see if she can bring some momentum back to the team in black wearing that star, but she's going to be skating up against Flow Motion, and that's a tough matchup.
160, 178. Liberty Bell Ringer, Flow Motioning. Liberty Bell Ringer, nobody paying enough attention to closing that inside line, so she's going to pick up lead jammer. Flow Motion fighting the front, but not having an easy time. Going to give up at least one pass. It's going to run right into the back of big block 440, clobber and maim.
Betsy Rexy forcing Liberty Bell Ringer all the way back to almost corner 1 with a brutal block to the outside, I believe.
Oh, and Missile says, I wanted this to keep going. She has enough confidence in the Throttle Rockets defense to hold back Flow Motion, even though she's on a scoring pass.
Flow Motion almost with just one set of hips left to pass, almost through on her scoring pass.
And that was Habeas Carcass shutting down Flow Motion's forward momentum. Liberty Bellringer on her second scoring pass. This might pay off for the Throttle Rockets, but then again, time is not on their side right now, so it is a gamble, and it looks like it may be working. Liberty Bellringer might make a third scoring pass, 9 points so far. Flow Motion passing the star to Betsy Rexy.
All right, so 4 points on the board for the Socket Wenches. Any more points on the board? Not quite.
So it looks like maybe one more. No, 4 more. Make that 173, 178. Now within 5 points. 1 minute and 25 seconds left in the game.
I got to tell you, for the first bout of the season, I don't think we could have asked for a better one.
Oh, not at all. Cher Noble against Tesla Coil.
All right, it looks like we have an official timeout here. So I'd like to remind you all that finding insurance doesn't have to be an ordeal. Washington Health Benefit Exchange can help you get accessible and affordable insurance so you can get rolling. And remember, the Washington Health Benefit Exchange is super important as far as the Affordable Care Act goes, and the Affordable Care Act still exists for a minute. So we want to thank the Washington Health Benefit Exchange for helping to provide health insurance to individuals and family. This even allows some of the skaters here at City to skate.
And so it looks like we had a score adjustment. There were 4 more points added to the Socket Wenches, so it's now 173, 182. I was wondering why those didn't get awarded. I thought that she had made enough of a pass. She hadn't made it all the way through.
I saw the ref throw the points. I was wondering why they didn't hit the board.
Yep.
So about 1 minute, 13 seconds left in this game. We are sitting at 182 Socket Wenches, 173 Throttle Rockets. This really could be it.
Well, hell's bells. I think we may be in our final jam. We'll see.
Throttle Rockets has got one blocker in the box, which gives the pack advantage to Socket Wenches. Using that pack advantage to their advantage, lead jammer status, Cher Noble, and the Socket Wenches.
Evergreen Jean sent to the box. That means Cher Noble owns the clock. She owns the points, 5 points up. And this will be the last jam, barring some extraordinary circumstance.
Wow, Cher Noble is just finding her way through all the tiniest points. 5 more points on the board. It's like the Throttle Rockets have decided to maybe make it easy on Cher Noble. I'm sure they didn't decide that, but it's looking like that.
The Throttle Rockets offense, it was so dominating in the first part of the first half, and during the middle of the second half just fell apart. Socket Wenches able to overcome. Cher Noble, God bless Evergreen Jean, picking up all the points she can. She's going to put up 3, but it is nothing against the 15 the Socket Wenches have up there. 176, 197 unofficial score, but we're not going to need to wait for all the points to be counted up to call the Socket Wenches the winner. They're just too far ahead. First game of season 13 is going to see the ladies in blue, orange, and white as the victors.
Yeah, and I got to say, that was brilliant maneuver for the last 10 seconds. Jammer decided not to engage that pack. No need to get a penalty. Let's just run that clock out, call it down, call it off. And 197 might not be the double century, but it sure is a win.
That is actually the final score. 176, 197 has just been confirmed by the referees. So that's what the one that's going to go into the books. The Throttle Rockets falling apart at the end, unfortunately. If you are a Throttle Rockets fan, you know this heartbreak very, very well. They did have some great scoring opportunities. I saw some great work by our players, especially Evergreen Jean. They're going to have a fantastically interesting season at the very least, but they were not able to chalk one up into the victory side for this first game.
All right, so I think we're going to be taking about a half-hour break between these two bouts, so join us here again. This is Mad Statter.
And this is LeGrand Mort.
Thank you so much for joining us here on the feed.
I have had a concussion. I've had a double knee sprain. I've had so many bumps and bruises. I currently can't sit down on my right side. My health insurance has helped me through every single one of those. I'm Abominable, and I skate with the Rat City Roller Girls in Seattle, Washington. In order to skate, you have to have your own health insurance. The Washington Health Plan Finder is what allowed me to start skating. Without it, I wouldn't have had the insurance that is required to play roller derby. It was really easy to use. I was expecting insurance to be this convoluted thing that would take hours and days out of my life. But with going online, filling it out, and they have advocates that are there to get on the phone if you have any sort of issue, it was really easy. When I didn't have my own health insurance, I was rationing out how much risk I could take. I couldn't skate roller derby, but it also limited how much I was willing to bike or what I was willing to try. I'd say if you don't have health insurance, get it and come play roller derby.
My list of injuries includes a concussion, a couple high ankle sprains, and then Velcro cuts and bruises. I'm Bento Boxer and I skate with Rat City Roller Girls. I moved to Seattle about 2 years ago for an AmeriCorps position, and partway through my term I aged out of being on my parents' insurance. So it was my first time looking for my own insurance. Don't know a ton about healthcare, so the Health Plan Finder made it really easy for me to fill out an application and just see what I qualified for. Really easy to use. When I actually had to use the insurance, I had a concussion about a year ago, so I had to use my insurance for that. Yeah, people may come to Derby expecting fishnets and fake fights, but we're actually really serious athletes and take the sport really seriously. Having health insurance makes me a lot less terrified every time I take the track.
Catamaran.
123, Tia Barraza.
127, Bento Boxer.
210, Castro.
Number 24, Captain Paramaniac.
Number 3, Thrasha Nova.
39 would be Carrie Watson.
42, Meg for Mercy.
44 is Shin Diesel.
47, Estrella.
Number 6 is Creme Brulee.
Number 7, Shanita Penalty.
Number 81, Captain Ponyo Knees. They are coached by Tim and Chad. This is Grave Danger. And now, welcome to the track, your Season 12 champions. They are ready to smash the state. Give it up for DLF.
Number 10, Carolina Veneto.
Number 15 is Misty.
Number 22, Kendra Hurt.
Number 40 is Tits McGee.
56, Slade Jude.
Number 57, Captain Pumpkin Pie.
619, Red Divicious.
Number 62 is Domino.
655, Jill Nye.
Number 7, Bar Talk.
72, Nasty Drew.
Number 73, Abominable.
83, Thumper Skull.
And number 86, Pterodactyl. And they are coached by Hochi, Dan, and Molly War Butts. This is your Derby Liberation Front!
All right, welcome to the Champagne Room here at the Rat's Nest.
Absolutely best view in the house. This is Bout 2 for the first evening of Season 13. We are looking at Derby Liberation Front, skating against the Grave Danger.
I like to call this the Angry Christmas match, the Battle of Red and Green. I don't know if you're watching this from France. Do they have Christmas in France?
Word on the street is they have Christmas in France.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry your mom blew up, Ricky. Ponyo Knee's going to put the star on upon Thars to start this off.
And it looks like Derby Liberation Front is slow to giving us someone, but I'm seeing Pterodactyl.
Is that what she's calling herself this year? Okay. At least it changes every year and not just every couple of months. So don't pay no attention to Taylor Swift on the back of her shirt. Don't do it. Don't look.
Oh, that's what that says. All right.
So we're off. Our reigning champions, the Derby Liberation Front, still in control of D-Bomb's old boot. And the trophy it is. Ponyo Knees continuing to be captain and jammer for Grave Danger. And Shanita Penalty getting the first penalty for
I think
Grave
she needed
Danger.
a penalty.
She needed it.
Yep. All right. We have Paramaniac anchoring that 3-wall of red in front, giving the jammer Pterodactyl a lot of heartache and headache. Pop to the inside, forced to recycle back, and she is looking at Paramaniac as the last line of defense, but that didn't scare her too much. Lead jammer status, Derby Liberation Front.
And a power jam as Ponyo Knees goes to the penalty box. That jam being drawn by 619 Red Divicious. She managed to just hop back. Ponyo Knees thought she was behind her, was not, and will sit in 30 seconds in the sin bin, feeling shame for what she'd done.
Too bad she didn't take advantage of that new rule set where she could yield and avoid that penalty, but, you know, when you're focused on scoring points and getting through, I guess.
Exactly.
Details.
Did not see it, so she's now standing, now coming out of the box. But DLF waiting for with the triangle of doom in the back and Thumper Skull bridging.
Meanwhile, Pterodactyl is still facing that tough wall of red in front. Paramaniac decides to help out bridging, and that loosened up that wall, so she was finally able to get through. 5 points on the board, 5 more points on the board for DLF, bringing them to a 10-point jam so far.
Carolina Vindu now wearing a star upon theirs at the handoff from Ponyo Knees. skater formerly known as Catamaran. Oops, sorry, still is Catamaran. I was looking at the wrong sheet. Silly me. It's early in the season. Welcome to the champagne room, everybody.
We're just full of champagne up here. Don't mind us.
There's a Chris Rock about this, but we won't, he's got a routine. We won't go in. So that is one time Dan has come into the center. Ho Chi Dan out there to talk to Rock. However, I did talk to Dan before the bout, and he was convinced that Rock was actually hiding from him. So we'll see what happens with that.
Awesome. Well, we've got one jam on the books, and he's come in one time, so it's 1 for 1.
Bento Boxer comes springing out of the pack with the lead out there against Jill Nye. Jill Nye, the science guy. Jill.
Yeah, I got to say, I think the Derby Liberation Front might have forgot there was a red jammer on the track.
It seems that way. Bento Boxer able to sneak on through. Another 4 points. 6 points now for your worst nightmare, Grave Danger. 13 points for your champion, Derby Liberation Front, as Abominable puts the star upon Thars to head out to the jam line.
Looks like Creme Brulee is wearing the star for Grave Danger.
Sweet.
I see what you did there. We've got an empty Washington State Health Benefit Exchange penalty box, which means it's a full 5-on-5 on the track. That is not something that jammers like to see.
Yeah, and that's actually something the jammers hated to see so much that Abominable got a penalty and is off to the penalty box.
I don't like this. I'm out of here.
But Creme Brulee also going to the penalty box, so it'll be one jammer in, the other one comes out.
Too many blockers on the track. I don't want to play anymore.
Umpire and Strikes Back and Guardian both waiting for their jammer to emerge.
Blockers just hanging out. Haven't even passed the pivot line yet, trying to figure out what's going on. Both jammers are now on the track.
Big pile up at the front of the pack. Castro heading off to the sin bin.
All right, Grave Danger is just bleeding some blockers off of the track to that Washington State Health Benefit Exchange penalty box.
Yeah, Thrashanova also joining Castro in there.
We have got a 4-2 pack advantage in favor of Derby Liberation Front. But honestly, it doesn't seem like anybody's got advantage yet. Oh, here we go. 5 points on the board for Abominable.
Creme Brulee with the helmet cover off, but does manage to skate sideways out of the pack. That's initial pass, so no points scored either way. Abominable, though, already through, so picking up 4. Has earned the 5th point, as you can tell from Guardian tapping the top of his helmet to say, I'm taking that point. And so should get 1. No. And an illegal procedure. Still does get the 1 point, but will start in the penalty box, does Abominable.
Frankly, I've got to say I'm not quite sure exactly what happened, but I know that Grave Danger's happy about it because they've got a power start.
Yeah. I guess that'll teach me not to read the new rules beforehand. So Pagnoni is going to start this one all by her lonesome. Probably wishing she was all by her lonesome as she's trying to get through. Big hit by Bartok. Pumpkin Pie out there too. Trying to spin past Pumpkin Pie, gets Bartok, knocks her back to the inside and takes her all the way back to the apex.
All right, Grave Danger has decided that Tits McGee is their GOAT, so that means they are going to have control of the pack. Tits McGee decides, no, I ain't nobody's GOAT. I'm going to get to the front of the pack because I'm tired of being behind all those red jerseys.
Sentences I never thought I'd heard say. Huge zoom by Pagnoni as she shoots through for a grand slam. Taking them into double digits, 11-23 right now. Abominable out of the penalty box and finished the initial pass. Only 1 blocker on the track right now.
Yeah, and it looks like she might have been sent off on a penalty attempting to go and report to that penalty box. but thought better of it because she was the only blocker on the track at the time, and if she knows the rules, she knows she got to stay.
Yeah,
but now one of those DLF blockers has been released, which means she does get to report to that penalty box.
Yeah, there was a blocker, 2 blockers actually standing in the box, but with all 3 blockers in the box, you still can't go because you're the only person making a pack, even though there was no pack. So Rock calling an official timeout to talk about that, I believe.
Yep, that makes sense because, even though nothing went on, there was a lot of stuff going on, and that is exactly what was going on. So we are looking at 2 blockers for DLF in the box, 1 blocker for Grave Danger in the box.
I think let's sell some stuff first.
Well, it's weird. I was looking at this first bout, and this second bout certainly is following through. Did you know that there's 3 levels of training before you can be drafted onto a home team?
3 levels?
3 levels. If you want to learn how to skate, email Fresh Meat at Rat City Roller Girls for more information.
Yeah, our first bout, a lot of penalties, 6 foul outs all total.
Yeah, there was a lot of foul outs, but it was an amazing bout nonetheless.
Yeah, looks like good things so far for this season. Shanita Penalty putting the star upon ours out there against Pterodactyl. Terror trying to get out front now and going to the penalty box instead. Shanita Penalty keeping her feet moving, almost looking like she's running that tire drill. Thumper skull, though, the KG veteran takes her down. Oh, huge hit there from Castro as Red Devicious goes down on her knees. Shanita Penalty again ran out of bounds. Pumpkin Pie running her all the way down.
Yeah, so even though she's in the back of that pack, she has been declared lead jammer, decides to take advantage of it and calling it off, keeping all points to 0 this jam, but that's okay because when you don't want the other team to score, well, sometimes you just don't get to score either.
I'd like to thank Washington Health Benefit Exchange for sponsoring us. They sponsored our penalty box today and will be supporting us throughout our upcoming season. So make sure you check them out. Washington Health Benefit Exchange.
That's where I got my health insurance.
I did not, but I didn't have to, so blah. But I'm glad they were able to help people out.
For sure, man. My office is like of 5 people. We need all the help we can get.
Bento Boxer got all the help she needed, getting lead jammer. Pterodactyl about half a lap behind, finally exits the pack. 4-3 pack advantage for Grave Danger right now. Bento Boxer tiptoeing through the tulips, calling off the jam, picking up 4 points.
Tip and toe through those tulips, tapping her hips the whole while, hoping her jam ref was making note of it. Finally, it gets called off. 19 points to 23. It looks like Grave Danger got a 4 points to meet and beat that 23 of DLF.
Our jam refs are Guardian and Umpire Strikes Back, so we're not locking in quality for jam refs today.
I dare say that the whole inside field is pretty high level. We've got Guardian, we've got Ump, we've got Rock, we've got Del from Hell, all of which have certification levels at one point or currently held to equal infinity.
We just still had that one guy with the really cool hand signals, but what are you going to do? Creme Brulee out there, lead jammer for Grave Danger. Jill Nye out of the pack.
Pack is moving kind of quick to make it a little bit more difficult for those jammers to score those points. Red blockers are in back, which might make it a little easier for DLF to pick up 1 or 2 points before Grave Danger decides to call it off. But Creme Brulee, bob to the outside, forced to recycle all the way back, decides she is going to try to score more points instead of calling it off.
Jill Nye, penalty is waived off on Creme Brulee. I didn't see what the call was originally, but it doesn't matter because it didn't exist. Guardian got more information, decided against it, but now Jill Nye on the second scoring pass should pick up all 5 and does, even though Creme Brulee, this is a rookie mistake right here, having lead jammer, and now gonna hand off the star upon your knees.
So now she's lost lead jammer status when she could have called it off to prevent some point bleed, but hey,
Jill Nye just tried to call it off, thinking, well, if she's let me score this many points, I must be lead. Not lead. Fortunately, no penalty for that anymore. It hasn't been in several seasons. Upon your knees, now wearing the star, and her pivot cover leaking out the back of her hat.
Hey, at least she's got both of them on. She's legal.
Uber
I was
legal.
the pivot. I am the jammer. You can see it from the flowing fabric behind me.
Knocked out of bounds there by Thumper's skull. Jill Nye, the science guy, getting around Kerry Watson at the end and picking up that 5th point. Big jam there for both. 14 to 9, so 37-28, 18 minutes and a half.
Yeah, this is definitely to beat a dead horse, anybody's game. 9-point differential, and that can be taken care of within the next whistle blow. Let's see what happens. We've got one blocker in the box for Grave Danger, meaning Derby Liberation Front does have pack advantage by one blocker.
Castro out there against Abominable. Castro taking that inside lane and turning on the Jets.
Tits McGee definitely had Castro in her line of sight and was going to try to block that. But nope, Castro ended up getting out of that pack lead jammer status, and now she is on her scoring pass.
Oh, big pile up. A huge work by Decap Attack with the defensive assist. Catamaran and her at the back of the pack, causing all kinds of problems for Abominable. Castro at the front with the full circle of DLF.
That's not where I'd want to be.
No. You'd think the Revolutionaries would be more friendly to Castro, but not in this case.
You would think. All right, so this pack basically hasn't even moved past corner 2, and we are a full minute into this jam.
Bartok dragging Castro all the way back off your screen as they slowly creep back up. A lot of recycling going on here as the pack slowly creeps into the second straightaway. Oh, and Abominable takes a nasty landing from Decap Attack. She's going to go off for a clockwise block on that one.
I think it was an elbow, but either way, whatever it was illegal. Oh, no, she was clockwise. The second penalty called was the elbow. Grave Danger doing all sorts of illegal stuff. Therefore,
Shame.
2 blockers in the box. And
now a 4-2 pack advantage, but still no one able to get out. Now a helmet cover pass to Bartok. Bartok.
All right, yeah, Bartok is jammer of record for DLF. Unfortunately, jam comes to its natural conclusion before she's able to get any more points on the board. Looks as though Grave Danger was able to eke out 5 points, bringing them to 33. DLF sitting at 37. That's a 4-point difference. This is actually a really low-scoring game. We're about 14 minutes into the first half, only at 33-37. I got to tell you, this defense is very effective for both teams.
Yeah, definitely. Both of these teams have been known for defense going all the way back to Reddick versus D-Bomb way back in the day.
Reddick versus D-Bomb. Wow, that's back in the day. Because later on in the day, those two were on the same team later on. Not this league, though.
Shh. We don't talk about them. Nobody talks about them.
No, nobody does anymore.
Pterodactyl out there against Bento Boxer. And I believe Pterodactyl already your lead jammer.
It is a scrum pack, though, and we are looking maybe at a star pass? No, star stash.
Oh.
On behalf of Bento.
I like what I saw right there. Sound Guardian gave a low block penalty to Red Devicious, and she had run back trying to draw the cut penalty. Didn't get the cut penalty, obviously, because she was on her way to the penalty box. So good no call as Catamaran heading off to the penalty box now. Pterodactyl coming through with the full grand slam.
Bento Boxer is still trying to make her way through. She's got 2 lines of Derby Liberation Front. Oh, now 3 of them to get past.
Oh, Pterodactyl getting the forearm. I was going to say, I don't know how she stayed in bounds there, bouncing along the line.
I guess she stabilized herself with that forearm.
Yeah. So, going to go sit down, feel shame for 30 seconds, and then be free. As Bento Boxer gets back in the pack, still has to complete initial pass, I believe.
I believe you are correct. I wasn't quite sure myself, but that was the impression that I was still under. It looks as though
in the words of the Mighty Mighty Boss Tones, that's the impression that I get.
Exactly. And you know what other impression I get? I get the impression we are about to have a swap out for jammers in the box.
How you like that? One jammer goes in, the other comes out. How you like that, Stutter?
I like it lots.
That's my good, bad, and ugly joke for the evening. You're welcome. And here comes Dan out for only, I believe, his second time.
Wow, it took 9 jams before he came out for the second time?
He does have 13 seasons of doing this, so I think he can communicate most of it non-verbally. He sits down and writes an angry letter because he's an old man now.
Hey, I'm not an old man. I like writing angry letters, too.
Well, I say this because I'm going to go home and write an angry letter. Speaking of angry letters, Jill Nye, the science guy. Jill.
Skating up against Bento Boxer, who's standing in that penalty box just waiting for her turn.
Oh, Australia stuck out of bounds as DLF almost destroys the box, but as they're waiting for Bento Boxer to come back in, Jill Nye manages to pick up lead.
All right, but while Jill Nye was getting lead jammer status, Bento Boxer was finding a wide open window on that inside line, bopping her way through on her tippy toes. She is done with her initial pass. Unfortunately, DLF knew where she was, called it off. No points on the board for Grave Danger, 4 points on the board for DLF.
Yeah, great mohawk done there by Jill Nye as Tia Barraza knocks her out of bounds, so she calls off the jam. Like to give the gift of Derby, sign you or a loved one up for our new Pinkies program. Starting now, you can launch your Derby journey with Rat City. Contact Fresh Meat at ratcityrollergirls.com for more information.
All right, we've got Abominable wearing the star for the team in green. Ponyo Knees being the jammer for the team in red. It looks like Ponyo has been declared lead jammer status just out of corner 2.
Domino going to the penalty box. Good to see her back this season after taking some time off. Couldn't stay away.
None of us can stay away for very long.
I can't quit you.
Exactly.
So 4 points picked up there for Grave Danger, 42-51.
9 points is an easy differential to not only chip away at, but absolutely obliterate within one jam's time. Let's see what we can do. It looks like Grave Danger has pack advantage because Derby Liberation Front does have one of their blockers sitting in the box.
And that's Creme Brutally out there for and against. Oh,
and Pterodactyl gets a brutal shoulder check to the inside.
And picks up the cutting call.
Oh, harsh, man. I thought she recycled all the way back, but I am not a ref.
She missed. I believe Catamaran, had run back and drawn that cut.
Ah, there we go. It's too bad she wasn't familiar with the new rule set. You could yield and then avoid that cut penalty, but instead, maybe she was tired and just wanted to rest.
I believe the only person that saw that she had run back was Catamaran, who was complaining about it, and the referee. Umpire strikes back.
Oh, those pesky refs and everything they see.
Creme Brutally now on a power jam. She is burning the top to a tasty finish. And she's going to call off that jam as she didn't want to chase Thumper Skull all the way back.
I think that was a really good plan, actually. 8 points on the board brings them to a 1 point difference. They are obviously trailing by that 1 point, but they are able to get the power start. Wait, I'm very confused because it looks like they're fielding 2 jammers.
Well,
there we go.
So Rat City would like to throw out an awkward shout out to Ed Brickman and hopes his date is going well. Remember us when you get married. Bento Boxer out there against Pterodactyl. That's, again, Ed Brickman. Good luck on that date.
Remember us when you get married.
Pterodactyl making it out of the pack, but Bento Boxer already in the pack, picking up points and putting them down or something. Mostly getting knocked out of bounds and calling off the jam.
All right, that call off was literally the nick of time. We had some red blockers at the back of the pack, just waiting to get scored against, but nope, that jammer called it off. So DLF was unable to get any points that particular jam. 4 points on the board for Grave Danger means we have a lead change. So you should probably take a sip.
Yeah. It is the champagne room. Champagne.
I like bubbles.
On your knees out there against Bartok.
Full pack in corner one, just making everybody's life a little bit more miserable.
Decap attack all over Bartok, along with, I believe, Kerry Watson. But Bartok goes to the outside, comes in, and like the Comet Empire, takes lead jammer. I don't know what that means, but for some reason long ago I got Bartok associated with Deathlock in my head, and don't ask. Panyoni's about half a lap behind when she gets out of the pack, and Bartok is going to call that off and takes the lead again.
I think we have, another lead change?
Another lead change.
Cheers.
Smooth.
Aren't enough O's in smooth to describe it.
That's some good bathtub gin right there. Shanita words are hard.
Shanita penalty.
Yeah, out
She's
there
skating
against
with a
Jill
star.
Nye, the science guy. Officially just named Jill Nye, but I'm sorry, I used to watch a lot of Almost Live.
I hear you, man. I'm from the Pacific Northwest.
Right.
You don't end Nye without science guy.
Now admittedly, I didn't move to Seattle until 1990. I'm old. But Almost Live still on the air for a lot of years after that.
Heck yeah, it was. In fact, Almost Live spawned an actual real-life Hollywood star.
It's true.
Joel McHale,
And-
who most people know.
And, of course, Bill Nye.
Well, and then Bill Nye. Exactly.
I knew him first as Speedwalker.
Yes, absolutely, Speedwalker.
But I know Jill Nye as lead jammer.
She's a speed skater, so to
And
speak.
how? She's skating with speed right now and picking up 5 points. Getting 60 points right now on the board for your champions, the Derby Liberation Front.
But they aren't champions in the super extreme sense because they have only got a 6-point lead right now. That's right. Grave Danger is giving them a run for the money. 54 points for the team in red, 60 points for the team in green. Oh, wait, we've got 5 more points on the board. Thanks to Jill Nye, we are going 65-54.
A big jam so far for this bout, and we're seeing Krembert Lee holding the star upon theirs. But that's still initial pass. Jill Nye trying to get out of the pack. She's going to call that one off. Picks up an additional 2 points.
I just don't even get it. It doesn't even look like she was paying attention to what the other jammer was doing, and she absolutely knew just where that jammer was and just when to call it off. It's like they have eyes in the back of their head, and you know what? I don't have eyes in the back of my head.
You know,
maybe.
and if I did, it'd be covered over by my helmet,
And
so
then
I
there's
don't even
that.
know.
So I don't get it. How did they do it?
And if I had holes for that, it'd be covered over by the cover. Man, they're just good. Why I just got penalties when I was playing Derby for guys. Terror Swift, Dactyl. Terror Dactyl. By the end of the season, I'll get it down, and then she'll change it again next season.
Yep, that's about the schedule I'm thinking you're going to be on.
Bento Boxer picking up lead jammer. Pterodactyl, though, flying in and slamming in.
Oh, that was some excellent score management, as it were. 3 points on the board for Grave Danger. Watching the DLF jammer almost hit the back of the pack. 3 points to 0 is when they decided to call it off, because 3 points to 0 is better than 3 points to 3 points.
Finding insurance doesn't have to be an ordeal. Washington Health Benefit Exchange can help you get accessible and affordable insurance as you get rolling.
And I've said it before, I'll say it again. Washington Health Benefit Exchange has some pretty awesome insurance options. Don't let yourself go uninsured. Definitely check out Washington Health Benefit Exchange. But before that, let's just watch Red Devicious and Ponyo Knees take the Jammer Star for each team. Red Devicious, lead jammer status, DLF.
And I believe Red Devicious first time wearing the star today.
That is my recollection as well.
Ponyo Knees, though, now in heavy rotation. But getting drugged back by Catamaran is Red Devicious. Ponyo Knees slamming out almost all the way to Curtis. Curtis Ely was sitting by the just hit me sign earlier for those of you paying attention. And if you know who Curtis Elay is, good. Good. I'm glad you do. You're a good person.
You're old school if you know who Curtis Elay is.
All right, 4 minutes left. And 71-57. On your knees, out of the pack, picking up 4 points as Red Divicious does the spinorama to get out of the pack, picking up another 4.
All right, and just like I predicted, Red Divicious calls it off before there was any more points put on the board by Grave Danger. This is an 8-point jam for DLF. 4 points for Grave Danger. We're looking at 75 points in total for the team in green, 61 points for the team in red. A little bit less than 4 minutes left in this first half.
A team timeout taken by Grave Danger. This timeout brought to you by Grave Danger, as a matter of fact, because it's a team timeout. So, duh.
That sounds like a logical thing to me, but hey, while you're sitting here wondering what the heck should I do, why don't you press that donate button and donate some money to the streaming feed for Rat City? More technology means more Derby streaming for you.
In the immortal words of the guy that looks just like Thing from Reservoir Dogs, cough up a buck, you cheap bastard. Also, Grave Danger, they have a Shin Diesel, but you can see Vin Diesel in the new action movie Triple X, Return of Xander Cage. For your chance to win some sweet Triple X loot and free movie passes, enter the contest at the Rat City Facebook page now. Well, actually, I'd wait like 3 minutes and 45 seconds.
Yeah, I'd say that 3 minutes and 45
seconds.
Or
you could open a separate Windows. If you're the guy that looks like you've got a lot of stuff going on, so you have two monitors, because guy with 2 monitors has a lot of stuff going on.
A lot of stuff.
So just open that second monitor and be like, Facebook thing, here we go, Rat City Roller Girls, boom. Which may have been how you got here in the first place, which case, good for you.
Absolutely. But you know what? If you don't even have that second monitor, that's okay. You can also do it via cell phone or tablet. Just visit that Rat City Facebook page. Let them know your Rat City Dream Team, and you will be entered to win that package deal for that Fancy Pants movie.
Bartok out there against Thrashanova.
I want to say this is the first time we've seen Thrashanova wearing the star this jam. Or, I mean, this bout. Obviously, the first time this jam.
Yeah. But also this bout. Bartok's going to call this one off before Thrashanova can get back to the pack. The former, I believe, Bay Area skater. But 2-0 in that jam, and we wind down to 3 minutes left. Hey, if you're watching this bout and want to know how to play Derby, Rat City offers a program called Pinkies. Not talking fingers like junior rats. You could... Nah. It's designed to teach you how to skate and get you Derby ready so you can try it for the home team. Check out social media feeds or email freshmeat@ratcityrollergirl.com for more information.
All right, we've got Castro wearing the star for Grave Danger up against Pterodactyl for Derby Liberation Front. Pterodactyl is stuck behind a reinforced 4-wall in the back, whereas we have got a reinforced 4-wall of green in the front. Both packs are merging, so now it's just a big ball of chaos.
Hokey smoke bullwinkle. That's a lot of boobity. I don't know what that means, but it's a lot of it.
It's a lot of it is exactly what that means. All right, the packs have sort of re-separated, requiring some bridging by Grave Danger.
Yeah, if it wasn't for Australia, there wouldn't be anything going on out there because she was bridging for a very long time. And for that, they knock her down. That's just not nice.
Nope, it's not, but it worked for him because I'll tell you, Pterodactyl was able to get through lead jammer status, and it looks like we have got Castro also through on her initial pass.
Yeah, she took the helmet cover off, but then put it back on when she escaped the pack. Thought about handing it over to Decap Attack. Decided against it.
It's more trouble than it was worth.
Caw! Through for 5 points is Pterodactyl. We don't actually know what noise the pterodactyls made.
I like caca.
But I'll go with caca.
So far she's got 9 points on the board.
That was a cut.
But it looks like she cut herself off in corner 4.
Pterodactyl does not necessarily agree with that cut, but I got to go with Slash Dancer because she put 1 foot fully out of grounds to go around someone.
Absolutely. From our vantage point, that was a good call, ref.
Yeah. So she will go sit down for 30 seconds. Oh, actually, she will go and spring one. What happened there? Looks like she springed Castro She thought she was good to go, but then went and sat back down again.
I'm wondering if there was a double penalty call.
So
on one of
Castro was already in the penalty, or not Castro, excuse me. Was it Castro? Yes, Castro was in the penalty box. Error came, sat down, thought they were both good to go, and then got called back. So we'll see if she serves an additional 30 seconds.
Or just the rest of what Castro had been serving.
And there's Dan out in the middle. I believe that's the 5th time.
Something like
We'll
that,
go
yeah.
with
But
5.
still, though, 1 every 4 jams. Not so bad. I've known coaches with a lot worse.
No, really, for Dan, it's a very light evening.
Absolutely.
They do have a 23-point lead right now, so Pumpkin Pie out of the penalty box, but not the jammer. Here comes Pterodactyl out right now. She'll be coming into screen. There she is. Just as Bento Boxer comes out of the pack, lead jammer, Grave Danger. Time has expired, so
this definitely is the last jam of this half. Pterodactyl forced to recycle all the way back in corner 1 by Paramaniac. Oh, almost hit to the outside by Paramaniac, but able to hold that outside line. Pterodactyl not bopped to the outside, not forced to recycle back. Instead, she is just chasing down Bento Boxer. It is a foot race to the back of the pack.
that is the best thing I've seen today, is that the DNN drinking rules are still available online. Almost as good as that the roller derby or rollerball rules are available. They have a governor, so you can't go faster than 35 miles an hour on the motorcycles. Bento Boxer almost got a cut, but did not. Each jammer going to run through, picking up 4 points here. 30 seconds left in the jam. Actually, the fastest jam we've had here in the first period.
Without a doubt, yeah, there have been a lot of standstill blocking situations, but no, these blockers are definitely trying to make it difficult for those jammers to score those points, for those jammers to pass those hips.
Pumpkin Pie, one of my favorite skaters the last couple of seasons here. Just so impressive to watch with that hit, and kindly calls it. So that calls the jam. So we're going to end this one 96-73 into the first half. Dia left the lead, but so we started off so slow in this one, Statter. I mean, this was just a crawl, a grudge, a trudge. It was like trying to go through the swamps with the RERTSs and the flame and all that kind of nonsense. But now, I mean, towards the end, started speeding up, started hitting some big jams, and we wind up with a reasonable score. What do you think?
Oh, I think that this is a great way to start off or wrap up the first evening of season 13. And I got to tell you, I'm excited to see what each of these teams are going to bring into the second half, because even though we do have a 23-point differential, I don't think that that's going to really matter too much. I think that Grave Danger is going to be coming in from this halftime and showing DLF just what they're up against.
Yeah, we get one big jam, and this game is back to tied again. So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back here in just a few minutes in the Champagne Room here at the Rat's Nest. All right, we are back here in the campaign room at the Rat's Nest.
Fantastic. The Rat's Nest at Shoreline, Washington. Thank you so much for joining us on the feed. I'll tell you right now, we don't have room in this house for you, so it's a good gosh darn thing you decided to stay home and watch online.
Huh. Oh, there he is. Knew we were down 1-F. Fashion Nova out there against Bill Nye to start this one off.
Both teams have a blocker standing in the Washington Health Exchange penalty box, but it looks like both those blockers have committed their 30 seconds to that penalty box and have been released to join the fracas on the trackus.
Bill Nye picking up a lead jammer. Thrashing Nova about half a lap behind. Bill Nye comes slamming back in, knocked out of bounds, and she's picking up a penalty.
Not sure if that was a back block or a direction of gameplay. Back block for him, direction of gameplay for the blocker. So we have got a power jam for Grave Danger, which is exactly what Grave Danger is hoping for right now. They are at about a 23-point deficit, so they want a momentum shift in this first jam of the second half.
Thrashing Nova started with Grave Danger last season and just did an amazing job for most of the season. So great to see her back and now recycling back in.
Yep, there you go. And, you know, she's been with us one season, but did you know that some of these skaters got their start only a year ago? And if you want to start your Derby journey, the Pinkies program can teach you all about the fundamentals of Derby. Check out our social media feeds or email freshmeat@ratcityrollergirls.com.
Thrashing Nova now trying to get in behind Abominable as Jill Nye out of the penalty box. And Thrashing Nova just stymied in the back for that whole power jam.
I think that the pass focused way Thrashing Nova because that inside line was wide open for Jill Nye. Jill Nye was able to get through and put some points on the board.
Blame it on the Thrashing Nova. Hurt me, Thrashing Nova. Thrashing Nova now still trying to get through, but Red be able to stop her along. Derp. Sorry, excuse me. I had that derp moment with Tits McGee. There it is. How I could forget Tits McGee.
I'm really not sure. Janita Penalty, meanwhile, is bopping the opposing jammer to the outside, forced to recycle back. But that doesn't matter because we were still able to put 5 points on the board for Derby Liberation Front, bringing them to 105 to 78. Grave Danger.
They did manage to pick up 5 points on this. So our head referee of this bout, Eric Rock, I have to say, unfortunately, this will be his last bout at Rat City until he moves back again.
Oh, is he going to school somewhere?
He is going down to the Los Angeles area again. So, you know, LA's fine, but it ain't home. New York's home, but it ain't his no more.
Seattle's better than New York and LA anyway. He needs to come back, even though he hasn't left yet. He needs to come back.
He is, he said. So already now on the board, Bartok, lead jammer, on your knees, taking the hat off, but Bartok putting 5 points up on the board.
Not sure. Yep, we do have a successful star pass. We are looking at a new jammer of record, Decap Attack, wearing the star for Grave Danger.
Bartok trying to fight through as lead gets taken out. I believe that was Shin Diesel with the hit. Yes, indeed. So knocked her out, but Bartok continuing her winning ways. 4-9 in that jam. DLF taking the 9, 114 to 82.
Yeah, that star pass for Grave Danger was pretty successful, though. They were able to put 4 points on the board, and 4 is better than 0.
Castro down there against Pterodactyl.
Derby Liberation Front with 1 blocker in the box, giving Grave Danger an advantage on the track. Let's see if it affects the jammer lead status capability. I'm starting to think it might not matter that Grave Danger's got more blockers on the track because Pterodactyl has been declared lead jammer.
Castro battling the Batista regime. Oh, I'm sorry. I was having a moment. Castro actually battling through. Now, not Castro. Looks like Bento Boxer holding the star in her hand.
And while all that was going on, we got 5 points, natural grand slam on the board for DLF and Pterodactyl. Everybody's emptied themselves off from the penalty box, except for the people who are reporting, like Castro sitting there
now.
down.
Bento Boxer I thought Bento was in it the benefit of the doubt as they had got knocked in and then went back out of bounds, but not benefit of the doubt from the... So sitting in the box as the jammer pivot.
Yeah, this is not something that Grave Danger needed to have happen. Their pivot jammer, their everybody who could score points possibly is sitting in the box, just leaving Pterodactyl free reign on the track.
Oh.
Looks like we've got another 5 points, meaning a 20-point jam, bringing DLF to 134. Grave Danger still sitting at 82. We've got about 25 minutes left in this second half.
Big pile up as everybody comes on and off the track. A huge shout out to the Washington Health Benefit Exchange for sponsoring our penalty box in this bout. Don't be caught without insurance. Contact Wahibi.
Wahibi is helpful when it comes to insurance. I love them.
Yeah. Wahibi! Not Hammurabi. Entirely different. Bartok out there against Bento Boxer.
Bento Boxer standing in the penalty box actually just released from that penalty box. Bartok still trying to make her way through on an initial pass, so it is still anybody's game. Bartok, of course, though, has made it through on her initial pass, Derby Liberation Front with lead jammer status.
Bartok lining up another pass through, goes inside, comes to outside. Pagnonis says, "No, you shall not pass." Actually, I don't know what she said, but it
was probably something like that.
Actions speak louder than words.
Exactly.
And then the skater formerly known as Sharon Needers can't stop her. Sorry, I'm with Dockyard. I can't help it.
Yeah, she's not Sneedles anymore. She's Watson.
Bartok manages to battle her way through, picking up 4 more points and back into the pack again. As Bento Boxer trying to get out, but is still boxed in. Abominable knocking them to the inside. Taken off the hat as Bartok just gets around Kerry Watson. Hips check on Pumpkin Pie. Both jammers now out. Bento Boxer got to put the hat back on.
Yeah, you got to have that hat on if you want to score some points. Looks like she wasn't quite able to make it through or past those hips before Grave Danger was able to call it off, though.
We'll see what happens here right now. On the outside, Izzy Pop, Slash Dance, and Guardian are all talking about what they saw at the end of that pass. I believe what Guardian saw was that Bartok may have skated out of bounds before the first whistle.
You absolutely saw that. That was the hand signal I just saw Guardian give to the coach for Derby Liberation Front. An official timeout is being called to deal with the consequences of this skating out of bounds penalty. And I'm wondering if the skating out of bounds penalty is the reason for the official review that DLF is now on the field and calling for.
Yeah, because I believe that was Bartok skating out of bounds, calling off the jam, and while the rules have changed, so you can now skate out of bounds once the first whistle has started. You still can't do it until the first whistle has started.
Right.
It's not as it were where it was the fourth whistle. Now it's at least the first whistle. But if that first whistle hasn't started yet, then you can't still just skate out of bounds.
The jam is still on. You can't just skate out of bounds without consequence, and I think we're seeing the consequence of that.
Oh, and I like that Grave Danger's doing this. I think Tim and Chirp, Thunder over there said, all right, well, we have a power jam to start this. It's going to be the full 30 seconds. We're going to throw out Thrash and Nova. And she picks up lead jammer 9 seconds into this jam.
Yeah, that was, I'm not trying to downplay the effort that she put into it, but she made it look effortless. So that was a good call on Grave Danger's coach's part.
Oh, did step out of bounds, though. Pumpkin Pie, so good defensively.
Yeah, that was great track awareness because even though I am at a good position, it almost looked like she didn't quite go out of bounds, but she decided to play safe, and, it's better to play it safe than not.
Absolutely. Thrash and Nova back in the pack again, already picking up 5 points and lead jammer. And Bartok now out of the box and made it through on her initial. Thrash and Nova is going to go ahead and call that off.
Yeah, I'm glad that Thrash Nova was aware of the opposing jammer presence on the track. That inside line was wide open, which allowed her to get that initial pass with the greatest of ease. But just because you got your initial pass doesn't mean you get to score points. Grave Danger doing a great job holding DLF to 0 points this jam. That was an 8-point jam for Grave Danger. Exactly what they need to help chip away at this differential, but this point differential is getting greater and greater with each jam.
Yeah, they creme brulee out there against Jill Nye right now. If Grave Danger can stop it right now and start getting themselves some more point jams like that, they can stay in this game. Otherwise, DLF is going to do what champion teams do and try and put this thing away now and not let Grave Danger hang around. Jill Nye says, I'm going to take leave.
Yeah, Jill
Lead.
Nye did a great job there, one by one, getting past those Grave Danger blockers, making them bridge.
Domino with a beautiful hip check, but creme brulee just never quite went out of bounds on it.
So beautiful footwork on both those teams, both those skaters, I guess. All right, it looks like Grave Danger wasn't able to get any points, but Derby Liberation was able to get another 4 points, and that 4 points to 0 each jam does add up. I'll tell you what. We're looking at 92 points, Grave Danger, 145 DLF. We do have a pack advantage for Derby Liberation Front, which is not going to make Grave Danger's jammer happy, but let's see if she can work through that braced 4-wall in the back.
Nasty Drew out there against Ponyo Knees.
Nasty Drew, now is this the first time we've seen her jamming this evening?
I believe it is.
I think so.
Ponyo Knees and Tits McGee kind of riding her forearm a little bit there, but gets away with it, and a big run back again by Pumpkin Pie. Ponyo Knees hears the whistle and immediately takes off the hat. Oh, great track awareness by Catamaran, realizing you can't hand that to me, you're out of bounds. And lets the star cover drop.
Not just track awareness, but rule awareness, which not all skaters have.
No, a lot of, what? Why? Nasty Drew. Don't mean a thing. Oh, that Nasty Drew. Picking up 5 points, getting lead jammer. Ponyo Knees hot on her heels coming into the pack.
Whoa, Ponyo Knees just flying through all those open windows like a needle through a thread. No, wait, like a thread through a needle? Well, whatever. She's scoring points right and left.
Right. That was good. That's what we're saying. Ponyo Knees again sails through, seeing those empty holes. Empty box. Penalty box is empty now, so she's going to have a little harder time. So a spinorama, she comes back in like her hero, Jordan Toes. I don't know if that's her hero. She knows she's a Blackhawks fan. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Well, she's going to get held up by freaking Carolina Vinadu, that's for sure.
Yeah, right now it looks like we've got a 9-point jam. Both teams. Tits McGee sent off the track for, let's see here. Let's just say a multiplayer block call, but I don't think so because it's actually Castro that got called off on the multiplayer block. So each team does have a blocker in the box.
Ponyo Knees now getting hit out, and again, Punky heading way back, and that jam comes to an end. Grave Danger does get over 100 points, 105, but 158 for the Derby Liberation Front.
Yeah, this was a fantastic jam for Grave Danger. Unfortunately, it was also a fantastic jam for Derby Liberation Front. Both teams with 13 points this jam. So even though we did bop over the century mark for Grave Danger, they basically are still looking at the same point differential they were going into that jam.
So a timeout taken by Grave Danger, which I think good time for that. And look at those amazing teams. Who's your Derby Dream Team? Tell us on Facebook, and you could win some sweet movie loot and movie passes. And check us out on Facebook anyway, and our website and Twitters and the
all the places.
The
Check us out all the places.
The Friendsters.
Totally. On Snapchat maybe even. Let's just pretend. You know.
Tinder.
Always on Tinder. Grindr.
Grindr. Totally on Grindr.
Absolutely on Grindr.
Swipe right on us. Always swipe right on Rat City.
Always.
So timeout is fortunately come to an end. 158-105. 1748 as Bento Boxer takes on Pterodactyl. Decapitat with a nice hit there, driving Pterodactyl out of bounds. Shin Diesel at the back of the pack. Can't quite drive her out of bounds, but did drive her into that pile of Thrashanova. Not a pile of Thrashanova, obviously, but you know what I'm saying.
All right, well, pile of Thrashanova or not, we are looking at Bento Boxer in grave danger with lead jammer status, which is exactly what the red team needs at this point. Bento Boxer decides to call it off before DLF was able to get any points on the board. Let's see if she was able to get any points on the board. It looks like 2 points on for a grave danger, bringing them to 107. We are looking at a 51-point differential with about 17 minutes left in gameplay.
I'd like to thank everybody for tuning in or watching this later, or after this has already happened. Either way, meh.
That Washington Health Benefit Exchange penalty box is empty, full 5-on-5 on the track. We've got Paramaniac being the center of that braced wall of red up in front.
Huge pile-ups as Bartok out there against Creme Brutely, and Bartok picks up lead jammer about to be a full lap. There's that lap of the jammer as she comes back in and gets just stuffed trying to make her way into the pack.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Creme Brutely has got the star stashed or if she's attempting a star pass, but Derby Liberation Front is doing a darn good job keeping her away from her pivot. Looks like we do have a successful star pass now, so our jammer of record is, let's see.
Pagnoniz.
Pagnoniz, yes.
Oh, and she tries to put in a shoulder block, and Bartok says, nah, I don't think so.
I think that Bartok had some repellent gel on that. You can't touch me. I'm protected.
Bartok.
All right,
a huge shout out to the Washington Health Benefit Exchange for sponsoring our penalty box of this bout. Don't be caught without insurance. Contact Wahhabi to get insurance today. Wahhabi!
Not to be confused with wasabi. Do not interchange wahabi with wasabi.
Don't put insurance on your sushi. That's weird. Catamaran out there for the first time against Jill Nye, the science guy. Jill. Who got lead jammer? Jammer.
Yes, but half a track behind her is Catamaran trying to get some points on the board. But yeah, Jill knew where she was at. Decides to call it off. 4 points to 0. This is, we are bringing that point differential to a wider and wider gap with every jam.
And this is what you have to do as a championship team, and DLF knows what it takes. So you go back 13 years to Rat City's first season. You had D-Bomb. You had Burn It Down. DLF undefeated for a very long time. Taking home championship. Who was their coach? Dan. Who's their coach now? Dan. They know what it takes to continue to win. I mean, different player characters all the time, but he's got an idea, and this is one of the things they have to do.
Yeah, I got to say, Ho Chi Dan has definitely proven his worth as a Derby coach, without a doubt. But it looks like we have got ourselves a forearm call for Castro, meaning Derby Liberation Front has that much, that much easier to score some more points.
Aerodactyl taking a couple of hits, just shuffling them off like a sunburns used skin. Ew, and getting lead jammer. 45 seconds into the jam. Comes to the outside and just gets hammered. Winds up at the feet of Bento Boxer and then driven out of bounds.
Pop to the outside. She is forced to recycle back. It looks like one of the grave danger blockers, Decap Attack, was feeling a little bit worse for the wear after that block that she gave, and the opposing blocker stopped to make sure that she was okay. That is the love that these home teams have for each other, even in the midst of a pretty hardcore bout.
It's early in the season.
Well, okay.
The first home season game. So wait till we get closer to playoffs, and ooh, not so much.
Yeah, they'll probably point and laugh as they skate away. You got hurt.
I accidentally tripped by kicking you in the face. I'm so sorry. So terribly sorry. So 183-107, DLF in control of their destiny here, our current champions. But it does come down at the end of the season. Point differentials does matter in rankings.
Well, they are doing some pretty good point differential differences here. They are making sure that differential is well in their favor.
Especially as close as our last game was. The Wenches won, but by how many points? Just a few.
Just a few.
So
yeah, this wide differential is definitely only going to be positive for DLF. Speaking of this particular bout, we do now have a different jammer of record for Grave Danger. It is Shanita Penalty.
And Nasty Drew picking up lead, taking a big hit there at the front of the pack by Kerry Watson. Taking the spinorama to get out. Miss Drew if you're nasty. 4 more points as she comes back for more. Shanita Penalty just having a chest-bumping competition there with Abominable and finally battles her way through. 4 more points on the board for Grave Danger.
So far, they have matched. Each team has matched each other 4 points, 4 points this particular jam. Both jammers are now on their second scoring passes. Nasty Drew stuck up front behind a solid 3-wall that basically isn't going anywhere no matter how hard she pushes. But alas, they did leave a slight opening on that outside that she took advantage of. 4 points on the board.
I like what she did there. She kind of backed up just a little bit, let the triangle collapse to the center, and then took the outside lane, able to getting herself free. Now back at it again, and now getting knocked out of bounds by Shanita Penalty. Decapitat runs her back. Oh, Shanita Penalty's so close at drawing that cut. Missed it by a couple of inches.
Yeah. All right,
Now,
so Kerry Watson was able to bop Nasty Drew to the outside.
This reminds me right now of a scene from Trains, Automobiles. You're going the wrong way. You're going to kill someone. They're drunk. How do they know where we're going?
I'll tell you, she had to go the wrong way for a long time. All right, that was an 11-point jam for Derby Liberation Front, 8-point jam for Grave Danger.
Are you interested in advertising with the Rat City Roller Girls? We have numerous great packages to offer this season. You could ask any Rat City Roller Girl, but since you're listening online, you could also email sponsorship@ratcityrollergirls.com.
I'm going to say that sponsorship at ratcityrollergirls.com is the best route.
Find one of them on Facebook. Don't talk to me. I don't know nothing.
All right, Bartok has been declared lead jammer for Derby Liberation Front.
Out there against Catamaran. And I want to say I remember these two coming in right about the same time to Rat City on the home teams, both being very impressive the whole way. Bartok, though, been so outstanding as a jammer because she makes it look so effortlessly. She doesn't make it look effortlessly. Yes, I understand my English was garbage. But she makes it look effortless. She reminds me of old-time Derby fans will remember 2x4 down in Rose City, who was with the red team.
Right, exactly.
But just made it look effortless, going around, working so hard, but just making it look like it was nothing. And just amazing. And she reminds me of that. Pagnoni's out there against Jill Nye. And Jill Nye, speaking of making it look effortlessly.
Absolutely effortlessly. I'm not quite sure. I think that the red team forgot that the green team had fielded a jammer. She just pretty much waltzed her way through that pack, got lead jammer before the pivot line.
That was Jill Nye's lesson in physics for this afternoon.
There you go.
Shanita Penalty now wearing the star with the handoff. And a nice long mohawk there.
Absolutely. She was definitely flexing her hip flexors, as it were. I'm calling it off, Jam Ref. Pay attention to me.
Like they exploited it with such a long mohawk.
Funny.
All right, so we got 7:55, 4-3-2, 2:02 to 1:15. DLF firmly in control of this bout. Just under 8 minutes. Time to make some bad jokes. You're welcome. Nasty Drew out there against Catamaran.
Both teams have a blocker in the box, so it is 4-on-4 action, and Catamaran has been declared lead jammer status, so she definitely took advantage of the lack of green blockers slowing her down. She is now on her scoring pass. Meanwhile, Nasty Drew is still stuck in corner 1 trying to get through on her initial pass. Not a whole lot of luck. That wall of red is really just keeping in front of her. It almost is like a red tide of poison.
Tits McGee with a nice hit there. Giggity. And knocking. That's not Catamaran. That's in no way Catamaran. That's Bento Boxer. Man, it's like the NSOs don't even care.
Wow, you're right. That's not Catamaran at all. That is totally Bento Boxer, but that's okay because it doesn't matter who it is.
They're just Catamaran's actually wearing the pivot stripe, so I'm sure they're expecting the handoff because there has been a lot of handoffs.
Are they trying to give away secrets, strategeries? Is that what the NSOs are
Because
doing?
Bento Boxer now calls it off, and she just,
All right, that looks like it was a 9-point jam for Grave Danger.
Hey, they gained a point. Another 487 of those. They'll be right back in this.
Yep, exactly.
We don't have time for that, but either way.
No, 6 minutes, a little bit more than 6 minutes left in this game. I'm not sure they've got time to make up that whole 85-point differential or something like that. Math is hard, so we're just going to say 80 points.
Math.
I don't have that many fingers and toes.
Blame it on the Thresher Nova. Hurt me, Thresher Nova. Anyway, she's jamming. That's why I brought her up.
She is jamming. Pterodactyl is also jamming, but Pterodactyl has been sent off the box for
Caw-caw!
a misconduct call. I'm not sure what exactly she did, but misconduct means it was bad.
Yeah, it means that she was flying at too low of an altitude or something.
Her wings went somewhere and knocked someone sideways. I'm not quite sure what happened, but she's in trouble. And it is a power jam for
Power.
Thrashanova.
Power.
Power.
Thrashanova just sloughing off blockers, making it through another 5 points. 129 to 2. Yeah.
Oh,
Comes
excellent
back.
work by her pivot, opening up that inside line. Thrashanova able to just skate on through like she was flying on wheels. Well, wait, that doesn't make sense. Either way, 5 points on the board for Grave Danger.
No pass, no penalty over there, and a forearm called on her pivot, who just remembered that she doesn't have to skate all the way around anymore. So Tia Barraza going to go sit down the short way.
Well, old habits die hard.
It really does. I'm sure supposedly there's going to be a Outcast old-timer bout that Chuck is supposed to get a hold of me for the last month.
Ooh, that sounds neat. When is that going to be?
I don't know, because amazingly in the last month, you know who hasn't got a hold of me?
Word on the street is it's Chuck.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I don't know. There was a. Yeah, there's a. No, there's a Outcast old timers bout that's supposed to happen, but no one has got a hold of the old timers yet. Just gonna say that out loud on the internets. So
Calling all Outcast old timers.
don't
who
listen
you
to me.
are.
I don't know nothing about it. You might want to pass that on to anybody from the Outcast who's paying attention that no one has done anything to get a hold of the old guys.
And
Just
there's a
throwing that
lot
out
of
there.
old guys, so it's not like they're
And
hard
we're
to get rid of.
old, so you may want to tell us soon.
And loudly. Tell them loudly.
Right. Can we skate with walkers? Because I'm bringing a folding chair at very least. Bartok, lead jammer. Out
Derby
there,
Liberation Front lead jammer status Bartok.
out there against Pagnoni's. Pagnoni's flying out there trying to catch up. Not gonna.
Ooh, but she hit the back of that green line real. I mean, we are
It was
talking
close.
like a half a second later, she would have gotten at least 2
Yeah.
points.
It was great call off by Bartok.
Absolutely.
Bartok always been impressive to watch, and she knows her business. And business is good. At least right now, 214 to 135.
Heck yeah, business is booming for Derby Liberation Front. We have got Bento Boxer on the line, though, for Grave Danger. And I'm going to guess it's Jill Nye wearing the star for Derby Liberation Front.
Jill.
Grave Danger does have 2 blockers in the box, which means it's that much easier for Jill Nye to get lead jammer status, which she did.
Also probably up there with Mind Your Manners with Billy Kwan. That's a joke for your longtime Washington residents. 5 big points for Jill Nye.
Jill Nye might have gotten 5 points, but you need to mind your manners.
Bento Boxer out of the box and minding her manners.
All right, unable to get any points on the board. Grave Danger is sitting at 135. Looks like Derby Liberation Front was able to get 9 points that jam, 223.
And if because you're online and you want to go look up Almost Live, one thing I will tell you before you watch any of it, Kent was a real redneck area back in the 90s.
And Ballard
80s.
was full of old Norwegian people.
Right, and they drove slow. So that's what those jokes are about. So,
Ballard equals old Norwegian people.
And
Kent equals King County rednecks.
yeah. So it's not the same.
Not the same now at all.
Lead jammer Thresh and Nova as Bartok goes to the box, and the signal I saw was a salute. So I don't know.
I saw a
Back
cutting
block.
call, and
There
then
we
I
go.
saw a back block. So I think he changed it to a back block. Which, honestly, Grave Danger's got to be stoked. That's right. Bartok, you can back block all you want. You don't have to be on the track right now. We don't need you. We don't need you at all. Because without you, we can score 5 points. And they just did. 140 points on the board for Grave Danger.
Nova just juking Slay Jude out of her skates at the end of that last pass. But now Slay Jude getting a little revenge as Thrashanova stuck to the outside. Oh, finds a hole to the inside and just gets around Nasty Drew for 5 points.
All right, this is a 10-point jam so far for Grave Danger, and it looks like Derby Liberation Front Bartok has been released from the box and has completed her initial pass. Will they call it off?
How much time's left? 1 minute remaining in the period. 1 minute remaining in the period. And a timeout being taken. Maybe? Yes? No? No. Nope. Never mind.
I thought I saw or heard timeouts, but I guess I was hallucinating.
You could take a timeout, but meh.
All right.
So instead, they're going to just go.
Well, what are you going to do? I'm not so sure timeout really would change the outcome of this bout.
Punky! Pumpkin Pie out there against Ponyo Knees, and Punky gets lead jammer. One of the best defensive players in the game today. Also, she could probably, pick me up and, anyway.
Yeah, she has...
She's ridiculously strong.
Exactly.
That's
she
what I'm
is
saying.
ferociously strong, I think is really the best way to describe it.
Bench
And
press me, and I'm
now that period
large,
2
so-
has gone down to 0 points, it looks like she decided it was time to call that jam off.
Yeah, I'm done with this nonsense jamming. Let me hit people again.
Exactly.
So unofficial score 225-146 in favor of the Derby Liberation Front. But amazing game. Really slow start.
Yeah, it was actually a very slow start, grinding start, low scoring for the first 15 minutes of the game.
So a couple lead changes in there towards the beginning. I think DLF just finally took charge of this game, went, no, we're the defending champions. We have to act like it. And just came out, and in the second half especially, put their skate down across Derby Liberation, or across Grave Danger's neck and went, nah.
Yep, that's exactly what happened. That is absolutely it. They decided to reclaim their championship status, and they used it to victory. So I want to thank you all for joining us here on the feed, and I want to remind you there is that donate button on this channel. If you want more and better feed action, throw $1 or $2 this way, and we might be able to get some more microphones, some more cameras, and some different angles.
Cough up a buck.
Thank you so much for joining us here.
No, we really appreciate it up here in the Champagne Room. This place really emptied out because this game was Not as competitive as the first bout, we'll say.
No, that first game was a phenomenal start
I
to
gotta
this
say,
season
so
13.
This was the first bout of our home seasoning. Seasoning? It's been a long day.
It's tasty.
It's delicious. But I see a lot of good things. We'll see how our next bout goes. So join us here in person. This was a sellout, so buy your tickets early.
Absolutely. This was a sellout days in advance.
Because
so
I'm going to go ahead and steal it. It ain't at all like being here.
Exactly.
So join us again next time. Here in person is always better. But yeah, the place kind of cleared out after in the fourth period.
Yeah, but if you get here early, you get your choice of seats. Derby's so fantastic, so close, you can smell it.
Ew.
Gosh, it's supposed to be a reason for them to come. Don't scare them away.
I'm sorry. Mai Tai Smash, I worked with her way too many times.
Yeah, Riscard does have a stink.
Ooh. Sorry, Mai Tai, I love you, but wash your damn pads. That's all I'm saying.
But regardless of dirty derby pads, this was a clean derby bout.
Oh,
and
this one was good.
awesome.
The first bout we had a bajillion ejections. This one, I'm not sure anybody got ejected.
I don't think anybody did get ejected. This one was a phenomenal bout. Both bouts had their high points. We had a good close scoring bout that first bout, and this second bout we got to see what the higher ranking teams have to offer, and it looks like all of these teams are going to be very competitive this season.
So we're going to actually, I think. All right. So anyway, I'm Phil Dirt.
And I'm Matt Statter on the mic.
Bye.